Good morning, good afternoon. Just a quick test. You can hear me, you can see me.
Hello, Vladimir. Yes, we can hear and see you.
Good to see you. Thanks. I'll be back just to grab a coffee and bring it with me.
Perfect. See you in 10 minutes.
Hey, Julia. Yeah, sure.
For me as well. Sound and video okay?
Yes, Julia, we can hear you and see you well.
Awesome. See you in a bit.
So welcome back. Nadja, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Sandra. Hello.
Wonderful, Nadja. How was the first session in your studio?
The first session was wonderful. There was so much interactivity, both on the discussion forums, but also in the chat itself. People were having discussions, bringing it together. If people have the different types of opportunity to participate. People who are usually rather quiet could participate by writing, and people who are less, keen on speaking have therefore a different way to engage in the dialogue. And I think that's a fantastic opportunity.
Okay, that's basically what EuroDIG is about. We have to apologize. We did have my team told me I shouldn't call it technical issues, but we had for a short moment some room limitations because albeit we upgraded our license, we had to assign the bigger room to our license, although we only had one. So I apologize to everyone if you were not able to enter the Zoom room. If this happens at any point that you have problems with your credentials, that you cannot enter the room for any reason, please refer then to the streaming that we also provide on eurodig.org and on YouTube. So you are at least able to follow the session and to use the forum. But usually or normally you shouldn't have any problem to enter the rooms. We have upgraded to 1,000 participants for the room in The Hague, and we have up to 300 and 500 participants in the studios in Trieste and in Berlin. So Nadja, I see the next session in your studio is about encryption. And I see already around 60 participants joined your studio already. I guess these are the ones that will be speaking on this workshop. I wish you a fruitful session, and we will come back after your session with the big stages in your studio here.
Wonderful. We look forward to having you back.
Okay, see you later, Nadia.
Thank you so much.
So then I would like to try to connect with our next studio, which is Berlin. And in Berlin, we have Elisabeth. Hi, Elisabeth. Nice to see you.
Hello, Sandra. Good morning.
Good morning. And I see weather in Berlin is perfect.
At least on our background, it is.
Wonderful. Elisabeth, did you follow so far the EuroDIG a little bit, or?
Yeah, I could tune in today for the opening before we did our setup here, and it was really good to see that everything went well so far.
And I also see the first people are already connecting to your session, including the moderator, Vladimir Radunovic. Vladimir is a very experienced person in remote moderating. So with him as the studio moderator, as the session moderator, you will be absolutely on the safe side. Hi, Vladimir, I see you already. Perfect. So then I wish you a fruitful day. And one thing that we should mention, our studio in Berlin, here we are going to do a great experiment, because this is going to be the networking area. We said already, networking in a virtual meeting is a difficult thing. Nevertheless, we try. And Nadia will be the networking host in the lunch break. And she will have prepared some questions on Mentimeter. But in case it doesn't really work out, we take the liberty to play some music in your studio as well. But of course, I hope that you will be able to offer some great networking opportunities for our participants. Good luck, Nadia.
Thank you, Sandra. See you later.
Elisabeth, by the way, not Nadia. I'm sorry.
That's a lot of names in a short amount of time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then let's take the bridge further to our studio in Trieste. And here we should have Marco. Marco, you're sitting right in front of the nice Miramare castle. How did you manage that?
We rented a boat and we're all sitting on a boat just in front of the castle. No, I'm joking. So welcome to Studio Trieste. And this is what you should have seen, in Trieste in June. I hope you will be able to see it next year. And this is the Miramare Castle. And our campus at ICTP is just behind the castle.
I can confirm that's really the case. We've been there for the planning meeting in last year in September and this year in January. And the picture that you can see is really what you get when you go to Trieste and when you participate in the EuroDIG next year in the ICTP facilities. Not that this is ICTP, but it's just around the corner. Marco, the session in your studio will deal about the innovative use of blockchain and public empowerment. I see Galia Kondova, she was the focal point. She is already connected to your session. Nadia, thank you also again for all the effort that you put into the session. And I wish you and Marco and the entire team in studio in Trieste all the good luck for your session. And with this, I think we are ready to go, and I hand over to all three studios and see you after and see you at 1 o'clock sharp. Over to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. All right. And with this, we still have 2 minutes before we officially start, which I would like to use to remind all of us of the code of conduct. But before we do that, hello again, everyone in the room and on the live stream to the start of day 1 of the EuroDIG 2020. I'm Elisabeth Schauermann. I'm your studio host for this session and the networking and the session after that here in Studio Berlin. And together with my colleague Lilian, who is the remote moderator for now, and later my colleague Theodora, we are here from the German Informatics Society to keep the sessions up and running. So For the sessions, just a quick reminder, all those present in the Zoom room, please identify yourselves with your full names. You can change your name yourself. If you want to ask a question or make a comment in the interactive parts of the session, please raise your hand, and then our remote moderator will unmute you and you will be given the floor. Once you are given the right to speak, please switch on your camera if you like. We do not force you, but it's, you know, it's nice. And then state your name and your affiliation before you make your comment or ask your questions. Contributions can also be made in the chat and in the forum, and Lilian will try and follow and bring that up to the discussion as well. As these Zoom rooms are for registered EuroDIG participants only, please do not share the session links with anyone. If participants fail to comply with any parts of the code of conduct, we will try and gently remind you to follow it. And as a last resort, participants can be removed from the room, but we really hope that we do not have to take that measure. And one more important note, I'm happy to announce that we are partnering with the Geneva Internet Platform for reporting and to curate the EuroDIG 2020 messages. Andriana is the reporter for this session. She will be given the last 5 minutes of the session to present the main points for the messages to all of us. And with this, I would like to close my opening remarks and open the first session of today, workshop 2, Enhancing Users' Confidence in Cyberspace Risks and Solutions, which is moderated by Vladimir Radunovic. Over to you, Vladimir.
Thank you so much for the introduction, Elizabeth, and for the housekeeping notes. I guess we can start slowly. We have a bit of introduction. You can relax, get your coffee. I do welcome you to Berlin, even if it is only a remote or a virtual Berlin space that you have joined today. And with that, I hope that your journey was safe, that no ID was stolen in the meantime, that no one followed your data that traveled through the net, that no VPN was hacked, because I guess you're connecting from different places, that you haven't met any scammers and spammers on your way to joining and following EuroDIG in the previous days. I do guess that most of you are actually sitting back home. So you can probably note if you're sitting back home, probably in pajamas. You can switch on the videos at some point so that we see the dressing code. But that doesn't make you really safe because or more safe because you're home and you haven't actually traveled to Berlin. You haven't encountered all these possible fraudsters on your way there. Those guys or girls are click around, and you can see all of these risks or meet all of these risks along your way from your hometown to Berlin, even virtually. The pandemics has definitely changed our lives in a way. We are moving towards something that I like to call a blended life, a life where we are going to mix the in-situ encounters and online life more and more. But it has also changed the cybersecurity environment or the security of our digital environment. We have seen a number of reports, number of webinars and discussions in the previous months, which were looking at what are the main risks that emerged or got emphasized during the COVID crisis. So basically what we want to do today is to run through the three elements of discussions. The first one is, what are the particular risks that each one of us is as users are seeing or feeling, with a special focus on the times during and after crisis, what we are likely to see more and more. The second block of the discussion will be focused on challenges. What are the particular challenges, mainly related to our social environment, our behavior, also technologies, the resources that we have, and so on, when it comes to addressing these risks. And lastly, we will look into solutions. So some of the practices, some of the examples of how we are or we can be addressing these particular challenges. With us today, I'm pleased to welcome to the Berlin studio Julia Schwartz. She's a project manager International Cybersecurity Policy at SNV. Julia, I'm not even going to try to read or pronounce the German full name, so you can probably do that once you grab the mic to help me. With us also Anastasia Kazakova, she's a public affairs manager at Kaspersky. Jaroslav Ponder, head of the ITU Office for Europe at the International Telecommunication Union. And Luca Antilli, head of media literacy research at the Ofcom UK. And big thanks to Anastasia for putting this all up with her team. There's a huge team behind the preparations, and particularly for giving me the opportunity to at last have at least equal number of ladies at the panel which deals with cybersecurity. It's not that often, and I'm really pleased that now we have 2 ladies with us today. What are the desired outcomes of the panel in a way? What we want to try is to somehow list or conceptualize the existing situation, to outline the key existing and potential risks. And secondly, to identify some of the best practices and hopefully actionable recommendations on how we can deal and address these risks. The format, as Elizabeth already mentioned, we do have 4 panelists, but we do expect a lot of interventions from you. Looking at the participants list, I see some familiar names, some good friends, some people that are well into the topic, but also some people that might not be much into cybersecurity, but definitely have to share own experiences as users or different perspectives from the angle of human rights, connectivity, economic aspects, and so on. And I encourage you all to try to be as active as you can. You have an option to raise the hand at any point. We'll try to follow that as much as possible throughout the session. You also have an option to post a chat comment. If you do that, I kindly ask you to try to add a hashtag at the beginning of your comment, whatever the hashtag could be, whether it's hashtag vulnerabilities or hashtag cybercrime or hashtag child protection or whatever, so that it's easier for us to just locate and put in context your comment, and we might actually call upon you if you have some good comments to raise the microphone as well. We will be using Mentimeter for some polls and to allow more of your collective inputs. And with that, I think we can actually, Elizabeth, start with the Mentimeter. There are 3 different questions we want to ask you, and that's your experiences with what you think are the places which make you, or the bits which make you the most vulnerable. What are the main threats? What do you see as the main threats in or the danger in this environment? And what are the particular assets that we should be protecting? So we start with the vulnerability, and we'll move to the other questions later on. Let's start with this one. To fill in the poll, simply open the browser or use your mobile phone and open it on a mobile phone, whatever you prefer. Go to menti.com, type in the code, and you'll get the question and the option to respond. So what makes you, as a user, most vulnerable? If it's none of those, but it's other, feel free to add other, but also then we kindly ask you to put more explanation in the chat down there. With that, I'm actually moving on to the first block of our discussion, where we are discussing what are the risks that we are seeing in our environment. And with that, just to help us outline better the aspects of the risks, in the risk management theory, you have these 3 components that make the risks, which is the vulnerabilities, the assets that we want to protect, and then the threats. And then there is a visualization you can see probably somewhere behind me, and I'll try to illustrate it more. So we are looking at any sort of ducklings on this side that we need to protect. We're looking at any sort of cracks in the branches, in the applications that we use, in our behavior, whatever. And we're looking at the crocodiles. So who are the crocodiles? Who are the threats really today? We are starting with the vulnerabilities, as we noted. We already some 13 reflections there, and most of you says it's actually humans. And then some of you say that it's software and technologies, and some of you say it's laws and regulations. No one with the other. I would be keen to see what other vulnerabilities you see. Please go on with your comments. And with that, I pass the floor to Anastasia. Anastasia is someone who is representing Kaspersky, a company which has a lot of data and details about what's actually happening. So, Anastasia, can you tell us briefly what are some of the results of your analysis about what are the main developments, the main threats, and certainly you can comment on the results of the poll if you wish as well, Anastasia.
Hello to everyone. Thank you for passing the floor. Thank you for being here today at the EuroDIG session. I will cover briefly key cyber threats that Kaspersky Anti-Malware team reports, and there are some graphs.
Anastasia, should we put on the PowerPoint? Yeah. So Elizabeth, you can kindly just put on the PowerPoint by Kaspersky, and then I can probably lead through the slides, and Anastasia can just tell me next slide and so on.
For Q1, there's some fresh data for Q1 2020 that makes the situation completely unique. The COVID-19 pandemic has affected us all in some way, and the entire cybercrime landscape has changed in the last few months. So it would be not correct to attribute all of those changes to the pandemic, but a shortened connection can be traced, and in particular from a user side, we all got more cyber vulnerable than before. The first thing that you see on the slide is that remote work and attacks at the remote service and the remote access tools. From an information security standpoint, an employee within the office network and an employee connecting to the same office network from home are two completely different users. And cyber criminals share this view. The number of attacks on service and remote access tools, so-called remote desktop protocol attacks, has increased by 23% from January. And there are a couple of slides. Vlada, if you could click a little bit. In Italy, just some graphs in Italy and other countries, Germany, then also in France. And you can see the spikes actually take somewhere at the beginning of lockdown, at the beginning of March. And then finally in the US also, just an illustration. You could ask, why does it happen? Corporate data that moves from corporate secure environment to less secure and less protected environment at home to home service are super attractive target for example, ransomware attacks and phishing attacks. The second point is a remote entertainment as a one other thing that actually is a unique during this period, during this Q1, and actually illustrates the growing vulnerability of users in cyberspace. Online activity via video streaming services increased. Everybody was locked at home, and many of these services announced that the increase of the user traffic. But the cyber criminals again responded to this trend too. The average daily number of attacks blocked by our web antivirus increased by 25% since January this year. So usually users caught by following unsolicited and malicious push notifications. They could be caught by using malicious adware and so on. The next graph, next slide, is the geography of mobile malware threats. In Q1, the leader by share of attacks users was Iran. Users most frequently encountered adware apps and Telegram clone apps. Next slide, but you can just see the distribution of mobile threats across the regions. Speaking of the mobile banking Trojans, this is the next slide. There's also the increased, which actually gives us indicator of the growing financial cyber threats to users. However, at the same time, the next slide, the mobile ransomware attacks decreased through the period. The next slide, which also proves the fact that ransomware criminals are actually find attractive desktop and web rather than mobile applications and mobile devices by users. And finally, two final points that also indicate the cyber threat landscape during the Q1 is what also makes us vulnerable is the vulnerable applications that we use and the security flows in IT products. So you can see on the graph here on the diagram that most of such applications still remain the office applications, the office programs, and cyber criminals, of course, use that. Lastly, attacks via web resources, these are so-called internet attacks. web pages that redirect users to exploit, websites that contained exploits and other malicious programs, botnets. You can see here the distribution of the countries where most of the internet attacks have been registered by us in Q1. Just for a note, to determine the geographical source of web-based attacks, domain names are matched against the actual domain IP addresses. So then the geographical locations of a specific IP addresses of a malicious activity could be then established. I would also just have a final note like to add that what actually also in terms of vulnerability for users in cyberspace is definitely the lack of a cyber awareness and the skills among users. It's more and more sophisticated threat landscape. It's definitely the vulnerabilities in software and the delays in patching them, vulnerabilities in critical societal sectors, for example, healthcare. And it's also a fast speed of emerging technologies. So I will probably stop at this point.
Thank you, Anastasia. Maybe a quick reflection or a quick question back to you. To what extent has the COVID-19 context been used? You mentioned the mobile Trojans and all that, and the phishing campaigns. To what extent has the COVID context been used more for these sort of activities by criminals? Do you have any data?
A good point and a good question. Colleagues at our security teams in Kaspersky usually tell that there are no like tremendous increase in cyber attacks throughout this period. However, the COVID-19 as a one more agenda has been largely exploited by cyber criminals. In regard to users, like consumers, ordinary users, as well as in regard to the corporate side and as well as to the public sector as well, attacks at the medical facilities, healthcare institutions, and those facilities that conducted and still conduct the medical research.
Thanks. We'll get back to that definitely. We'll discuss more of the threats. I'll ask Elizabeth just to put back the Mentimeter to see where we are with the results of the first poll, and then we'll move to the second one. In the meantime, I've noticed some of the good comments Tatiana mentioned when we are talking about what are the main risks in the or the vulnerabilities. Tatiana mentioned that software and regulations are actually created by the humans. So again, we have more of the impacts of the humans. Okay, let's see what the results of the first Mentimeter are. So the humans and behavior, and particularly focus on behavior, is by large the biggest vulnerability. I must say I expected that, and there are a lot of statistics that 90% of attacks are actually based on the human errors. And then we have software and technologies, and then some of the laws and regulations, still no one on the other, which is interesting. Let's move, Elizabeth, we can, or probably I can even move on the next one, or if I can't, you can move just to the next question. Yeah, you can move on to the next question. So the next poll question basically is what are the assets you think are in danger? So what are the particular aspects that we want to protect, or we need to protect more and more in cyberspace? And we have security of devices, or personal information, or finances. We've seen some financial threats, society, stability of our society, democracy, values, lives. We haven't seen, luckily, any casualties yet, but it can happen. And then maybe you can think of the other. And while you're voting, I'll certainly, if there is anyone who wants to jump in at any point, just raise a hand. We are following on that, and then we'll follow up with giving you the floor, or post your comments in the chat. In the meantime, I'm passing on the microphone to Julia. We have touched upon a lot on the technological aspects, and particularly the threats which are related to VPNs and financial frauds and so on. But there is a lot also which touch directly on the personal data and the incidents which are related to personal data. Julia, do you want to comment, or certainly you can reflect on the results of the Mentimeter and the positions of the participants? Julia.
Yes, thank you, Vlad. I think I'll make some pitches why there's actually risks coming through software and regulations right now, and how that could affect the stability of society. So I have 4 points where I would say These are the risks that I'm seeing when I look at responses of states to malicious cyber activities, and then also how states and governments behave. So we see deployment of vulnerable infrastructure, for example, in elections that could make elections insecure and thereby also erode trust in the end results. For example, online voting, vulnerable tallying software where confidentiality, availability, and integrity cannot be guaranteed. There was a case 2017 where the Chaos Computer Club in Germany figured out that the tallying software that just adds the votes and brings them up to the next level is actually insecure. So this can be even more critical when I think about that we're moving more towards e-government services. And so these attacks might not only go around election cycles, but actually just affect cities. And we've seen cases like that also in the US, where cities were affected by ransomware attacks, and then some of the services cannot be used by citizens. Then secondly, I would say some government policies. So for example, the broader use of government hacking and the exploitation of 0 days for that reason can actually make us all weaker. So especially if encryption is weakened in consumer products that is broadly used. Then to some extent, like the militarization of cyberspace, so the use of offensive means in retaliation or to persistently engage can have collateral damages that can affect users. So more and more cyberspace is used just for other national security objectives that can then have impact on the security in cyberspace. And then I also see a risk in companies not deploying or using due diligence that can affect users. So that can lead then to massive leakages of personal data. Recently, EasyJet, I talked 2 weeks ago with a security researcher, Chris Kubecha. She found vulnerabilities in Boeing, and she said that's usually due to legacy systems, bad coding practices, not using effective security, and then also having bad policies on disclosing vulnerabilities. So if vulnerabilities are found from outside experts, researchers, that they cannot be safely and securely reported. So yeah, those are my kind of 4 broader points on how regulation, but also human behavior and developing software can affect and risk the security.
Thank you, Julia. And looking at the results here, they actually sort of support your concerns about elections and generally the stability of the society, where you see the majority of people rightly say that it's a society and stability of values which is under risk. Tatiana mentioned in the chat a couple of other aspects or assets, if we wish, which are not necessarily just their lives when it comes to humans. So what Tatiana says is, what about risks to mental health, to bullying? We'll address that in a second when it comes to the also child protection in general. But then Tatiana adds, I understand that some of those will go to the values of society, like some of the gender issues related to cybersecurity, but it doesn't cover anything when it comes to human-centric cybersecurity view. In my opinion, I probably don't sound very coherent here, but it's hard for me to place humans into the asset category. Good point. I mean, we can certainly go into different aspects of what is under the risks and what we should protect more. And you outlined well some of the parameters there. And Julia, when you mentioned the elections, certainly it's not about, we usually think about either hacking the machines or information warfare in a way, or some sort of social media warfare and so on. But there are other aspects which are changing or hacking the voter list, or even the way the votes are counted, which is usually done whether to the machine or to the Excel sheet, even in developing countries, but still it's computer based. So there are other aspects. Any other thought here, Julia?
Yeah, maybe just one adding there. What is also important is that obviously citizens trust the process. So to what extent do they trust the technology that is then employed? Because we studied different cases and then came to the conclusion in the end that even though maybe things are not hacked, if someone just says they're hacked and people believe it, even though the result is actually the true result, but no one believes in the result, that's like a really big risk. So, I mean, there really the legitimacy of the democratic process is at risk if people don't believe or don't trust the result anymore because of the use of technology So that I see in some critical aspects in society that the use of technology is very risky.
And I think this is a really important point, whether the elections have been hacked or not, or any part of this chain. If there is a speculation that it was hacked, then you already have the decrease in trust in the whole system. So yeah, thanks for that. We'll move on to the next question to all of you. So Elizabeth, you can just move to the next question in the Mentimeter. And the next question is actually builds on what Julia has mentioned. She's mentioned, or Anastasia previously, the criminals, but Julia has mentioned also the states. And there are other different groups which are exploiting the cyberspace in various ways. So the question for you is, where does the main threat come from? Or if you wish, what are the main crocodiles behind me that are the threats? Whether it's petty criminals, whether it's organized criminal groups, terrorists, states, companies, it could be neighbors as well, or friends even, I hope not. So what are the others? You, again, feel free to add more on the others. And I think mentioning, while you fill that in, it's an actual good introduction to Luca's part in a way. And Luca already, in a way, commented in the chat related to trust. So I'll leave it to you, Luca, to certainly reflect on the previous discussion, but you can also reflect more on the research that you did on the what are the different risks and measures, the way we measure the risks and harms that are coming. Luca, floor is yours, and let me know if you want me to switch to the slides. Luca.
I will do that. Listen, I'm really sorry. I missed the test just before we started this session, so sorry about that. I think someone was trying to hack me maybe, but can I get a nod from you, Vladimir? Can you hear me and can you see me? It might be a little bit dark up
loud
here.
And clear.
That's great. Okay, so thanks everyone. So very briefly, just because I'm coming from a particular angle in this discussion, I work at Ofcom, which is the UK's statutory independent regulator for communication services. So we cover the broad range of all the kind of comm services that citizens, consumers use in the UK. So that's not just internet enabled services, but also TV, radio, phone, mobile phone, postal services, and all the rest of it. We're not actually a regulator for online in any official form yet, but the UK government has said that it's thinking about appointing us. But really, in a way, that's irrelevant because for the last, ever since Ofcom was founded in 2003, we've had a duty to monitor and promote this notion of media literacy. Now, media literacy, there's a lot of debate about what that actually is and what it covers. We've got a definition. It's the ability to use, understand, and create media and communications in a variety of contexts. And back in the day when the internet wasn't quite so dominant, that meant looking at people's more general understanding of, for instance, advertising models, public service broadcasting. But obviously, increasingly, as the internet has dominated our lives in so many different ways, that has come to the fore. So now we are looking much more closely at how people use internet-based services, how their attitudes in terms of trust, understanding, judgment, when it comes not just to cyber issues, but or security issues, but also things like information, news, advertising, personal data, all that sort of stuff. So we've got quite a broad view of this, and remember that my focus is very much from the UK, but I think so far what's been said about vulnerability is really, really interesting because one thing that our data tells us is that you can research a block, a UK representative population, but the vulnerability of one given user is very different to the next one, and this is where media literacy comes in, because people's ability to understand how to use different types of software, for example, varies immensely depending on their background, be that socioeconomic, be that geographical, and so on and so forth. So our focus is very much on trying to understand how people interact with these services, what their levels of concern are, the extent to which they are experiencing actual issues online, including cyber attacks, but also, again, fake news and other kind of online harm, such as exposure to violent or abusive content, and so on and so forth. So I'm not going to go through data as such, because there's just so much of it, but I wanted to give you an example of the kind of things that we look at when we're assessing how people in the UK certainly think about risk online and what they do about it. So if we go to the next slide, please, the research we've done the last couple of years, we've done quite a large annual piece just looking specifically at people's concerns about using the internet, what they actually experience using the internet, and finally what they do as a result of experiencing potential harms online. And so here's an example of how I was saying before, we see that different groups in society have different views. So in terms of concerns, one thing is clear, by the way, that if you put aside offensive and abusive material involving children or risks for children, the highest claimed concern online for UK internet users is around things like hacking and security and things like data and privacy. So it's very top of mind in the average UK internet users' thoughts around concerns. If we move then on to actual incidents of, and this is an example of how we can, it's quite granular, we can look at it by gender, by age group, by socioeconomic background, and that's where we start to see the differences come through. If we go to the next slide, this is an example more simply of the kind of things that people are experiencing. So any UK internet user in the last month from this fieldwork, which was done in February this year, we see that 62%, that's nearly 2/3 of adults, have had some kind of experienced some kind of harmful thing online. That rises to 81% among children. So these things are happening out there. We've got an awful lot more granular data on it. We can look at it, for example, on this slide, we can see the provenance of those experienced harms, such as social media sites, on email, search engine, and so on and so forth. So what I'm building towards really is it's a very, very nuanced picture, and there are a number of different ways of categorizing these potential harms, and there are a number of things that people are experiencing in different ways in different environments. I know the focus of this session is more about the cybersecurity, and I think it's interesting to note that again, putting aside harms and risks for children online, cybersecurity is the key thing that people think about. Question is, what are people doing about it? And another area of this research is how far people feel they are protected. And that falls into a number of categories. Firstly, how far do people think that there is that they themselves are able to use the internet in a way that protects them? Are they confident? And this is where we see some interesting things in our research. People generally tend to think they are quite able to navigate the internet safely. If you do it in our surveys consistently for the last 10 years, around 3/4 of the average internet user, adult user, will say, I'm able to manage my personal data and use software effectively. However, there's a big gap there between their confidence, or people's confidence, and what they're actually doing online. So what we see when we ask them, oh man.
We lost the connection. Oh, we'll get back. That's one of the things that happens in the online environment, unfortunately. You can't run out of
just when it got really interesting.
Exactly, yeah. But I think he's doing that on purpose, so that we keep waiting for him to come back. Or as soon as Luca is back. We can probably
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, sure,
sorry.
sure. Luca, we just said you're running out at the moment when it became really interesting.
Oh, see. Okay. Just a minute or so more, and I'll stop my video. Just a minute or so more, because I think, so the point I'm trying to make is that, and I think this has come a little bit in some of our conversations so far in this session, is that to say that there are human, the human factor is one simple variable in all of this isn't true. There are lots of different variables, and within the human factor when it comes to security and behavior online. There are an awful lot of nuance too. And I think as a researcher, which is kind of my angle on this, we just have to be really careful that we don't take at face value what people are telling us. So equally with children will tell us that they are kind of okay when they see what they know is clearly a paedophile on Snapchat, and they think they're all right about it. But then you talk a bit more about what they're doing, and they're actually not. Similarly, when it comes to cyber attacks, people will say, yeah, I know how to, you know, what to do when I think something's happening, or indeed something more simple like I know what's happening when I click accept those terms and conditions. In reality, it's become almost a normalized thing. People are accepting things, people are seeing things happen in front of them, but they're not necessarily in control of their own safety or indeed of other users. So that's kind of the, sorry, it was a bit broken up, but that's kind of our angle really on, and it's all wrapped under this notion of media literacy, which is about not just having skills to differentiate between something that looks safe or not safe, but more generally having an awareness and, if you like, this kind of sense of sort of healthy skepticism, just to be able to look at things in front of you, understand where they might be coming from, and make judgments in that way. And I'm afraid that at the moment, our research would say that yes, a lot of adults, talking about adults in the UK, are able to do that to a degree that you could argue is satisfactory, but there are still quite a lot who aren't able to do that. And that's where the likes of us and in this group need to make more interventions. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Luca. Excellent points. We'll get back to media literacy a little bit later in the solutions part in a way and the challenges. Elizabeth, you can probably bring back the Mentimeter just to see where we are. And then a quick question for you, Luca. And in the meantime, the invitation for everyone, I know you're silent, but please raise a hand if you want to jump in. Otherwise, I'll start calling upon you. I know that there are some quite good comments among the participants as well, because we need time to then find you and give you the floor. But Luca, quick reflection to you. Based on the research now and having the COVID crisis, since we have become more connected and dependent even more on the tools, firstly, do you have any data, or otherwise do you have any opinion whether the COVID crisis could actually make us more aware of the threats and actually change this perception that we get more clearly what the risks are, or which direction could it actually go?
No, really good question. And we have done some quite ad hoc work during lockdown in the UK, during the COVID crisis. We find certainly that people are using the internet more, obviously, as you might imagine. But what we found, and our focus is more really on things like information and news. And we found that in a way, during this period, people have become even more polarized or more ingrained in their own behavior. So those who tend not to really worry about if a source they see is trustworthy or not, are continuing in that way. And those who aren't are increasingly more skeptical. And there's a really interesting clip on video, because we did some video calls with some participants online. And they were saying that they see messages on their Instagram feed from the government, or UK Gov, or from the NHS, our health service. And we say, oh, that's good. That must be reassuring. There's a message on your Insta feed. And they say, well, actually, no, because it says NHS up there, but I don't know if it's fake or not. I think so, particularly in the social media environment, which is where so many people are more and more. If anything, the doubt and the lack of trust that is already in social media has actually been exacerbated and inflated a bit more. So I think it's a really interesting place. I think there is an idea out there that lockdown has made us all much more internet savvy and much more self-aware. I don't think that's necessarily true.
I encourage all of you to maybe share your thoughts in the chat, whether you think that our environment, our surrounding, our friends and colleagues actually will feel or will be more aware of the risks and do more to make their environment safe or not. And then I'm looking at the poll here. It's interesting. Okay, expected. We have organized groups as one of the big threats. We have discussed some of the states, and it's interesting to see actually the companies play quite high. So I encourage those of you, if you wish, to comment in the chat or raise a hand to reflect more on what is the role of the companies or what particular threat is coming from the companies. There are a couple of comments in the chat. I'll get back to them in a minute. I want to pass the floor to Jaroslav. To reflect, since the ITU is one of the main institutions which are following on cybersecurity threats and doing a lot with the states on capacity building, on monitoring. So probably two aspects, two questions that I might have at this point for you, Jaroslav. One is related to monitoring the risks, and the other one is protecting the vulnerable groups. And the particular child protection is one aspect of that, but there are other examples, I'm sure. And certainly, if you wish to reflect on any of these inputs thus far, please feel free to do so. Jaroslav.
Thank you very much, Vladimir. So, as you have already mentioned, the ITU is the UN specialized agency focusing on the ICTs, and the cybersecurity is one of the aspects which is very close to our heart and to our members of the ITU. Working on the enabling environment, on the strategies, but also on the standardization aspect. There is more than 2,000 standards which are touching upon the cyber issues, and many more are coming. So of course, during the COVID, we experienced a very new situation in terms of the bringing to the digital space the new users. And we noticed that a lot of stakeholders expressed much more interest in being engaged in helping and addressing those new emerging threats related to the behavior of the not experienced users of the ICT. And that's why this brought us to the point that, in fact, digital skills became one of the top important issues to be addressed in the coming time, to make sure that those who are forced to be part of the digital society by the pandemic, they can navigate in the proper way, and to know that they know how to navigate, but more importantly, that they are avoiding any kind of the threats, and that they are not misused and not doing the wrong experience with the ICTs. And there are many of those, and many of those which we are not thinking about on the daily basis. There is a huge amount of the elderly people who, through the COVID, were forced to become the digital citizens and start to use the social media tools, the platforms, and they unfortunately became the victim of some phishing campaigns. And so that's why we have to pay attention to those who maybe require much more attention, and who are forced also to use the new services. This is the reason also why the ITU has developed and launched immediately after the pandemic the new digital skills assessment guidebook, and will be rolling out this at least in our case in Europe, in some of the countries, to assess the gaps and to make sure that the countries, starting from the developing strategies, but also bringing to the higher level the importance of bringing those unconnected to the digital space. In the same time, we noticed that the children became also the very much vulnerable group. And this is the reason why we have the pleasure of launching on the 24th of June and the new set of the guidelines, global guidelines developed by the international community, addressing the 4 groups of the those who make the change in the digital space: the children, the educators, industry, and the policymakers. And let me start first from these 2 first. Children, which were perceived as vulnerable, and a lot of programs have been developed to help them in many countries. This is some sort of normal for all of us, but not for all countries. We are also on the 28th of June launching the new studies focusing on the Western Balkan countries and 8 economies, Western Balkans plus additional economies. And we notice that some of the countries are still missing the strategies, the missing attachment to the to this issue in terms of the providing some programs to build the capacities of the children. And we'll be looking at this not only from the institutional perspective to strengthen the capacities of the countries, but also providing some means for the countries to launch the national initiative. The other group are the teachers. In many cases, these are the fresh users of the applications, of the means, which from day one of the COVID has been forced and put in their hands as the way forward for delivering the contents to the children. And in many cases, we have seen very different different behavior of this group. And this requires a lot of attention and a lot of also redesign of the way how the new skills for this group will be provided. That also some sort of the child protection measures can be pushed through this means. So of course, from our side, as the ITU, we have succeeded since COVID started and to develop quite good understanding of the UN system. We called for the agenda of action together with the many UN agencies, UNHCR, UNICEF, UNODC, ILO, IOM, in follow-up to the Secretary General's policy brief on the impact of COVID on the children. And so we are united to make sure that in the coming years and coming time, we can make a difference in this field. So just not to prolong, of course, for us, one of the important things is that we're not only acting ad hoc. COVID has come and hopefully will go, but the hazards like these will be coming in the future as well. And we have to build the systemic preparedness of the countries and raise the commitment of the countries. And this is the reason why we are referring to the Global Cybersecurity Index, where we are measuring the commitment of the countries, taking a look at different components of the institutional setup of the countries to deal with the cybersecurity. And we believe that COVID, in fact, it helps a lot in this context and to raise the importance of the cybersecurity per se, as thanks to the COVID, in fact, we accelerated digital transformation worldwide, not only in the developed economies, but also in the transition economies and the developing countries, and much more attention, but also commitment and also support is needed of the international community and to those who would like to catch up as fast as possible, but they don't have maybe means. And if we will not do this, they will be becoming the source of possible threats. So that's why let me also use this as the opportunity to express the thanks to those who are working already with the international community to strengthen the cybersecurity capacities worldwide, but also to call for the strengthened collaboration in this supporting sub-regional and regional actions in this field. So over to you.
Thank you, Jaroslav. Thank you for the great overview. We'll definitely get back to some of the particular, if I can say, solutions that the ITU is providing, including within the GCA. I'm looking at the chat, and we're basically moving to the second part of discussion, which is challenges. And you have already, all of you, including in the chat, have mapped some of the challenges that we can probably address. There are 3 tracks currently that I see. One is related to the role of the companies, if we can put it that way. So there is a comment by Mattea that the company is a threat or sort of a concern as they're driven by profits and maybe even more in the ownership of them, same persons controlling different companies and so on. So they control the production, placement, evaluation, marketing products and so on. There was a reflection by Julia, you can probably comment further on that later, who says, I see potential of civil and tech that could be great to develop services and products. And Marie mentioned that the risks with companies is that they have the means to make the laws bend to get what they decide, what they desire, in particular user data. And moreover, because the states don't have the means to build their own IT solutions, they depend a lot on these companies putting their citizens at risk. There are another two topics. One is related to digital literacy. We'll definitely focus more on that. And there was a question from Toddy on the protection, but I'll get back to that. Any quick comments, maybe Julia, from you on the role of the companies, responsibilities of companies in this regard? Julia.
Yeah, I definitely share the challenge that was mentioned, because some of the solutions that are then obviously created have a profit focus and are not necessarily developed in mind to be nonprofit or even to address societal challenges. And then on the use of services and products within by public institutions, then there could be a lock-in effect, and then you're basically are reliant on that one company that you started with as a ministry. And if you want to add features, it creates extra cost. And so you don't have the expertise or the development expertise in-house. There I see actually some interesting development in Germany right now. There is one project funded that's called the Prototype Fund that fund the non-profit oriented startups in digital for 6 months. And then yeah, that is and yeah, so it's putting public money behind some software solutions, and there has been already some really interesting, for example, encrypted messengers coming out of these projects. And then Germany is also experimenting with a digital task force where they're trying to bring in developers, UX designers coming from companies to join the government for 6 months to help innovate internally and just share their expertise. They're called Tech for Germany. So I find these approaches very interesting because I also see that challenge. And then to the point on media literacy, I do agree that there's obviously training needed, but I also find that it can't be made too hard to update. For example, a browser. It shouldn't take 4 clicks or a Google search to know how to update a browser. And I'm working in the field and I get the alerts on how to update your browser because there is a vulnerability, etc. And some things are just not made as easy as they could be. So I also, I do agree in general that there should be more security knowledge, but at the same time, user-friendly security is really key. And I think some products and services are not really living up to that standard yet.
Julia, I know that Anastasia wanted to reflect as well. Anastasia.
Yes, I really like the 2 points actually from Julia and the data out of the polls that we saw regarding the responsibility that companies have in this regard. There's a default trust first by users, that the users trust to technology, and if they are told that it could be hacked and they don't use it, if it is secure, that they use it, how to do with this point. I think that there are many things that security good things that service providers and IT developers do not properly explain to users how to use them in a user-friendly format, in a user-friendly communication. They are not properly transparent about how the technology works, either for a consumer side or the corporate side or the government side. So my thought is here that a greater transparency should be on that regard. around the security by design, by default, this is a major concept for ICT developers to make the technologies truly secure for users. Because I really think that it's important to confirm that it is not the ICTs that could be dangerous for users. It's the use or misuse of them that could have negative implications on the society.
Thanks, Anastasia. I wonder if anyone else wants to comment on that. Or there is another good question which was raised. Let me see, related to the needs to be. So the comment is, I think, from Toby. There needs to be a standard level of protection afforded to all users, despite the varying level and types of threats. So what should that standard level of protection look like? One that should be efficient. And I guess that's, again, one of the, well, it could be a question also related to the regulatory environment, but in this case, it can also be related to the question of companies and the role of the companies to provide some sort of the efficient protection to everyone for their services. Any reflection? Anyone wants to take that question? Nastasia, do you want us, as a company which actually provides solutions for that?
Yes, it's actually really not an easy question, I would say, because I know that many teams in Kaspersky really dedicate a lot of time to educate the community, the broader community, not users, despite the age, despite the gender, to make a lot of good stuff in the materials public and dedicate a lot of time, not only in the high level top IPT security investigations, but on the top basic level reports. So in this regard, we've recently, as I also mentioned in the chat, the second year we conducted the privacy report to keep the track. What are the major, I would say, security problems in that lead to the data breaches, to the less to the fact that as users feel less secure in cyberspace and the internet space in terms of the protection, personal data protection. The second aspect is the social ratings, the interesting survey that actually reveals that not so many people know about social ratings that used in some countries already, and that social ratings directly contain a lot of personal data, and that actually can identify them, and that actually could also pose a lot of threats to them. So we trying to increase the awareness around the community. I can't say what there should be the particular standard to that. I think that you definitely should invest a lot as a company to build in greater awareness, to cooperate with other parts of the community, as civil society, as academia, as a technical community, and a public sector as well, to help find innovative solutions that will actually target real pain in the society.
The two other questions, Jaroslav, did you want to jump in?
Yeah. I just to follow up. Well, I think that it would be very much challenging to develop the standard, global standard for the industry by industry on the protection level, unless this would be the standard, which would be very generic. But at least in the context of the champion protection, what we believe that the model of the guidelines, which have been developed by the industry and for the industry, going through a lot of components and providing some checklists for the content providers, for the hardware producers, what to be integrated into their services and the products, and to ensure the safety and the trust in using of the ICTs. This might be the good way forward in realistically increasing the safety in the digital space. So that's why we hope that with the reiteration of the guidelines for the industry, we would be able also to engage with all private stakeholders and private sector to apply the guidelines and to make sure that we have some sort of the universal way of understanding on some international standard. So we would really encourage all private companies also to take into this tool and to make basically the checklist if they're complying with the international standard. Yeah.
Thank you, Jaroslav. Well, as expected, I think we are switching between the solutions and challenges, and that's sort of a common thing. So we are seeing some challenges trying to address with solutions. There before, and I will focus a little bit more on digital literacy. I think it was raised quite prominently here. But before that, there are two other questions related to the role of the companies, with which probably we can wrap up this part of the discussion. One is for Luca, and I see Luca already responded in the chat, but I'll give you the floor to elaborate. The question is from Henriette, or the comment is about the trust of sources in social media is important and interesting. So is there any solution to propose when it comes to addressing the lack of trust of sources in social media? And the other one is, again, trust on a different level. Comment by Henrik on companies, in a way, is the problem is that no normal safe companies are currently able to authenticate themselves securely to consumers. So currently consumers have no real alternatives to blind trust. So the question is, how do we get from blind trust to zero trust from consumers towards the companies? So Luca, probably you can first reflect on the first question by Henriette, but you can also reflect on the second one or any of the current discussions on companies. Luca.
Great, thanks very much. Yeah, I think when you, as we all know, working in this area, particularly as a researcher, you just find paradoxes everywhere in terms of, well, so let's take social media. Social media is by far now in the UK the #1 source for daily news and information for UK users. Yet at the same time, if you ask people whether it's on a survey or qualitatively face-to-face, the different platforms or sources that they trust to get news and information, social media is always at the bottom. So it's the least trusted source, continuously gets the most usage. So there's obviously there's an issue there. And in terms of trust, is there a solution? And I wish I had one. I don't. But as I've written here, I think it is a combination of things. And it's not just, by the way, about saying that the platforms are the evil guys and users are innocent. And in fact, human behavior, I'd say, is one of the big contributors to ongoing lack of trust in social media, because people like to share stuff. They always will. Some people don't bother checking sources. Some people do it for fun. So it's almost like innocent misinformation. We have to accept that as well. So that's one side of it. One thing that's interesting we've noticed, as I put, is that when we do research amongst younger people using the internet who are newer to this sort of thing and to the whole concept of having to be critical online, is actually their etiquette in social media, not always, and their awareness of the need to differentiate and to examine sources is actually better than that of their parents. And we know that when it comes to this classic fake news stuff you see on social media, actually it's as much older people, 55, 60 plus, who are spreading this stuff as it is younger people. So there's an interesting generational thing there. But it's also true, I think, that platforms have something to do. One, again, just going to the evidence that we have, when people are asked, do you report things that you've seen that you feel you're concerned about on a social media app or site, and about about 45% do some kind of reporting of anything they've come across. But of those people, only about 20% believe they know what happens next. So I think we need a bit of transparency in those reporting mechanisms for platforms to be a bit more open about, okay, you reported this concern. It might have been financial, it might have been data, it might have been offensive material, whatever. This is what happened to it. This is what we did. And I think that way you start to build trust in those particular features as well. So it's a mixture of things. I mean, obviously, when we come to the bigger, the notion of state-sponsored using social media. Oh no, man, I've timed out again.
We can still hear you, but probably you drop. Yeah. But okay, moving on, and thanks, Henriette and Wolfgang, for continuing this discussion in the in chat.
Again, there's this thing where I
Sure,
But yeah, just
no
the
worries.
final point is that point is social media is the biggest comms platform in the world. Okay, so of course, bad actors, if there is such thing as state-sponsored misinformation, they're going to go to social media. That's the biggest platform. So we have to think about all these things. There's lots of different things to do, I'm sure. But yeah, and sorry again for dropping off. I'll stop there.
No worries. The problem is that you always drop off when the most interesting.
I'll stop doing
that. Stop doing that. No, but thanks for that. And there are a couple of more follow-ups in the chat by Henriette. So what about strengthening verification of official social media accounts, making it visually more obvious what is the real account and so on, and eliminated spoofing accounts and so on. Wolfgang mentioned what is an official social media account and who licenses it, and then Henriette clarified. I don't know why I'm reading, guys. You can say all of that and pick the mic anyhow. Very interesting statistics on that, and for me, it's interesting to observe that while we haven't been discussing in the recent years, this part of the misinformation and content-related issues within cybersecurity, more and more, whenever we touch upon cybersecurity, these aspects of content are popping up, misinformation, disinformation, which is quite an interesting paradigm shift. I wonder whether anyone has a quick reflection on Henrik's question related to having companies move from blind trust to zero trust towards the companies and so on. I wonder if anyone wants to reflect on that one, on the trust towards companies. Anastasia.
I think it would be good on a definition side to double check that we speak on single terms. So I asked the question, what actually zero trust and a blind trust imply in that context? So that will definitely help to answer the question.
Can you, Anastasia, offer any of those from your perspective?
I don't really like the term of zero trust, because I don't believe that, my personal belief here is we live in a society, we live in a world that the zero trust is a really tricky thing, that you need to trust and to at least to have that minimum level of trust to what surrounds you, whether it's people or technologies or products. I mostly for verified trust, so verified by trust, and for a clear set of measures for consumers, for corporate users, or for just consumers and users, to let them as a company be able to ensure that the products are actually verifiable and trusted and trustworthy. So in that sense, I do believe that the companies definitely could do more to be more transparent, to transparently report how the technology works, what would be the implications, how data management is installed there, how it's all the things organized, how companies handle users' data. The higher you are transparent about this, the more security and the more, I would say, trustworthiness you bring to that. So my point would be this.
Thanks, Anastasia. It's worth mentioning that you're also one of the partners in the Swiss-driven Geneva Dialogue on Responsible Behavior in Cyberspace, where actually the industry is discussing things like transparency and trustworthiness and accountability, and trying to link that with the global norms and responsible behavior in cyberspace. So stay tuned to the Geneva Dialogue. Another question related to trust, which came from Mattea, while we are still on trust, is can we address one more thing connected to trust? Acceptance of general conditions for use. If you do not accept the conditions of use, in terms of use by the service, you simply cannot use the service. Do we have leverage to push the providers to get limited access? This is especially important for children. If we manage to teach them critical thinking, but being on social media becomes more important. If anyone wants to reflect on that one, feel free to. Otherwise, and in the meantime, I'll ask Henrik to maybe try to clarify the terms of blind trust and zero trust in the context of trust toward companies. And now coming back to the digital literacy, certainly you can develop more discussion in the chat on these other tracks. Moving on to digital literacy, there were a couple of good points on that one. So I'll read some of them back to you. Anastasia said that it seems that the users often think that it's responsibility of platforms to secure the users. That their platform providers can only secure the platform, but it could be difficult to secure and manage the user behavior. So that's where the digital literacy comes in place. Then Roberto said digital literacy is needed from the most early stages in the schools. Marcel mentioned how can parents be introduced into this important topic. I think Jaroslav mentioned the role of the teachers and educators in this sense. So Marcel continues, parents are very important, although we also find that children 12 and above are increasingly important in educating their own parents in digital literacy. And that's interesting, the role of the kids to educate parents and even the teachers, if we wish. And then, I'm not sure who actually posted this one, but the problem is not with people. Most people know how to authenticate themselves and so on. So any reflections on digital literacy? I don't know, I think, Luca, you were the one who basically, when we discussed in preps for this, mentioned a lot media literacy. And what does that mean in practice? How could we approach that digital literacy and media literacy, and even what is the difference between the two? Luca, if you wish.
Yeah, I think just on that point on schools and education is really interesting. And we part of our role is to collaborate and reach out to different sort of agencies and bodies in the UK, and obviously educational ones are very much part of that. And again, we're not officially involved in any sort of regulation right now of these things, but certainly from the work we've done, I think our general feeling is that currently children in schools are told what you mustn't do online to stay safe, and that's it. So, and I think children need a slightly more rounded introduction to digital communications, where it's more about, this is how you can, create things, this is how you can share with each other, this is how you can communicate. So the positives, which makes children, because I think that currently there seems to be a kind of a them and an us thing. There's obviously a culture around particularly social media use. We do quite a lot of qualitative work amongst children, and they'll tell us, I just want adults to understand what we're doing, not laugh at it, not think that we're just being either really dangerous, risky, or really silly with our silly memes and our silly all the rest of it. Actually, this is our world. We want you to understand what we do, but just stop telling us not to go there and not to go there. We're kind of aware of that, but just give us a more rounded education and let us also share with you what we're doing. So I think there's a danger that the children are kind of in this naughty, this is bad behavior bubble when it comes to, because they're seeing stuff all the time, and the sort of things that children often inadvertently come across on fairly everyday apps such as Snapchat, Instagram, TikTok. Some of the things they see without looking out for it are really, really are very worrying for them. And they don't always know that if they can tell someone about it, because they think that they'll be blamed or told off for seeing this stuff. So there's a lot of very sensitive issues there. And again, I'm not an educator, but we are very close to that part of this whole thing. So I think, yeah, I'll stop there. But it's that's just one thing. I mean, certainly amongst children, it's really, really key.
Thanks, Luca. I see your hand, Julia, in a second. I think it's quite important what you mentioned, that the kids particularly might be actually fed up with someone telling them what to do and what not to do without actually telling them why and understanding. And there was one paper that we did some time ago in Diplo, trying to outline the components of digital literacy, which goes way beyond just understanding what is secure and what is not secure, into critical thinking, into the responsibility of us as users and citizens, if you wish, into understanding even the internet governance as a concept and the digital age that we are living in, and what are the responsibilities and consequences of all of that. So I think it's really a broad palette of things which falls under digital literacy to help even these simple things like being more safe. Julia.
I would just like to comment on the security aspect of how to behave in a secure way. And there I would just like to point out also the role of companies. So to increase the awareness of adults working, having routine security established in companies with, for example, regular phishing fake phishing campaigns that make people really know how to understand what does a phishing email look like, but then also having routine responses and trainings, like you train for a fire alarm, but also train for what happens if there is a cyber incident. At least these stakeholders who are responsible to react should know what to do. So I think there's definitely huge potential in doing that. And then also talking about the private life, because more and more we are interconnected with home office, but also not all companies have a clear policy that you're not using any of your private devices for work. And there was recently a good article that showed how risky that can be in general on the use of Untapped. It's a beer app where you can check in beers, and you can also take a picture and say where it's checked in. And their privacy policies are actually really good. You can make your profile private. Obviously, you shouldn't share pictures that have any confidential information from your company on them, but that has happened where military and CIA personnel has actually posted a lot of critical location data on there that was public, posted pictures in the back where there was military planes. So companies can do obviously so much with their policies, but at the same time, you need actual training and everyday routine of security in some way for adults as well.
Thanks, Julie. Important point. It's not just the kids. We usually think about the kids. And I'll get back to more maybe in a second to Jaroslav. But I want to run to the comments. There are a lot of comments over there. I don't know why, guys, you're not taking a mic. It's much easier to moderate the session in vivo. Now I have to read all this. But it gives a context, and certainly my voice is not the best one. You can try. But I'll run through. Toddy says, interesting stats on the age and spreading fake news, Luca. I believe it is because the older users might not be well conversant with what differentiates fake news from authentic news online. Goes back to media literacy of the adults included. Then Rosalia shared the link, literacy for children, digital ey.eu. Henriette says it's interesting also because it demonstrates that media literacy is more a social phenomenon than actually the outcome of any deliberate program of action, which is an interesting point that Jaroslav, you can probably try to reflect as well. Desiree said, digital literacy is a prerequisite to assess levels of trust online and understand safety and concepts of online environment. Marcel mentioned, I think the reason why children can teach adults about digital literacy is because children take a trial and error approach to the internet and digital media and therefore learn quickly. The important thing is to document the knowledge gained and pass it to the future generations to prevent mistakes and uncertainties. Rosalia continues, schools are important spaces of bridging the digital literacy gap. COVID e-schooling put disconnected families in a difficult position. That's really interesting point on e-schools, and also whether the current school system supports and can support these parameters. I won't read Luca's comment, he'll connect afterwards. Wolfgang mentioned Dave Tapscott's Write is a book, Growing Up Digital in 1997. The children of yesterday are the teachers of today. All the proposals also in the new UN Secretary General roadmap issued yesterday are true. But unfortunately, it takes time and money from recognition to implementation. Thank you, Henriette, for the voice. And then Desiree said, our children get technology really fast. There is a need to teach them and everyone else about critical thinking. As we mentioned, some French schools have incorporated critical thinking in social media as part of the curriculum. Quite some different thoughts, food for thought. Jaroslav, I don't know where you want to start from.
A lot of angles, but let me recall our current experience. We are just now kicking off the work for some Southeastern European countries in the work on the digital skills, which also encompasses the digital literacy. There are three parts of the digital three big chunks of the digital skills: basic, intermediate, and advanced. And once we are starting the discussion with even at the country level, we see that there is very different understanding of this, how to approach the way how the digital skills should be developed in the country to address the needs on the one hand of the gigabit society, but on the other hand also the needs of the simple users as the consumers of the digital goods, services, and the other. We noticed that, for example, in Western Balkans, only Serbia currently has the digital skills strategy, which is very much cross-sectoral, incorporates the interest of the users, but also the interest and potential of the industry, with a good understanding of where the challenges stand. While in the other countries, when we are starting the conversation, there is still process of developing why we should have one strategy like that, and why is it so instrumental? Is it not only the issue of the education? And it's not. Because this is a cross-sectoral approach which is needed, not only of the public sector, but also with the engagement of the private sector to make sure that the digital literacy provided to the children in the very early age can basically shape them and prepare for the future, taking into account the issues of the privacy, of the trust, and the confidentiality, and all many other issues to be sure that they can be confident in use of the ICT, but more importantly, that they can also produce digital goods in this space. So we are looking forward to this journey to advance it. It's not a simple task, and as you've seen in the chat, we have already a lot of different proposals, and we are in the community of the ICT professionals. And once we are bringing this conversation to the broader public, then this number of the angles of this work is even bigger. So I would use this opportunity also to encourage those who are interested in working on those aspects and to join us in our efforts of supporting the economies in transition, European ones in particular, to make sure that also the protection aspects, children online protection aspects, are taken into account.
Thank you, Jaroslav. Well, again, a lot of interesting points. I wonder whether one of the good questions is if the current school system is good enough, or how can we embed? Is it the right place where we can actually embed more on digital literacy? And are there any good experiences that any one of you has about embedding or using the current school system for educational system for digital literacy? I don't know, Yulia, if you have any thoughts from the community perspective and user perspective on how to approach digital literacy. What could be the good practices? Or
I think good practices in Germany, just on the top of my head, because this is not media literacy, is something two colleagues of mine are working extensively on, and they're also building these persona profiles of what things you should know. Like you already mentioned, the different aspects that are necessary to know. But what has worked well is it's called Chaos macht Schule. It's also from the Chaos Computer Club, and they have a non-profit in Germany, and they have all over Germany volunteers, and they go into schools and they are practically mentoring young children to try out hacking and also teaching the hacker ethics with it. So really, yeah, they're learning IT skills, but at the same time, the hacker ethics. So I think this is an example. And then what I would have wished for in school would have been more interdisciplinary projects. So if you're teaching media literacy, in IT class, but also, yeah, teach a little bit of the engineering part, maybe try to imagine some products that could be built. What would they be for? Yeah, including it in political science. So I think it would be good if just a broad topic that is taught also interdisciplinary, because in the end, those things are interdisciplinary now when we're in companies, but also in government, it should be approached in an interdisciplinary way. So maybe some more pilot projects where kids can get engaged in.
Thanks, and I think this example of actually using the hackathons or sort of a light hacking approach for kids to have fun, but at the same time learn about ethics and behavior online, both practice and substance, and is quite an interesting one. We have a few more minutes. Is there any comments by any one of you on digital literacy to wrap up this part of discussion, and then just try to conclude somehow? Anyone who wants to jump in finally on digital literacy?
Yeah, hi, Luca here. I'd just say that you know, we haven't cracked it yet, so we haven't got the answer. And I think that's clear from all the comments coming through and all the different experiences across Europe and the world, that we're all you know, really thinking hard about how to make this happen. It's such a big, fluid, and you know, it covers everything from the early ages all the way through society. So that, you know, it's maybe a bit depressing thought, but you know, we are no closer to the perfect sort of package of solutions than any other country or body, I'm sure. But you know, it's just really interesting to see that some of the things that you're saying about, you know, where the risks are, where we need to really think about more carefully. We absolutely I absolutely see what the same debates we're having in the UK. So that's for me, it's very encouraging that the same discussions are being had. I just wish that we could all get closer to a solution more quickly, because there are indeed, unfortunately, people who are really suffering in different ways as a result of harm online, and we just want to get to it and try and fix it as quickly as possible. But it's going to be quite a long journey, I fear.
And unfortunately, the pace of technology development doesn't help us, or at least the commercialization. It definitely it goes over everything that we tried thus far and need time for that. So we have to devise some new aspects. It could be both challenging and comforting. Back to Henriette's point that media digital literacy is more of a social phenomenon than outcome of deliberate program of action. At the end mentioned that reflecting on Julia's points, that it's actually this informal setting in classes that help a lot, like hacker spaces and hackathons and so on. Henriette added, I think we need to have more holistic approach. Digital literacy should be as much about politics and society as about technology. For example, teaching conspiracy theories and critical thinking. Certainly, conspiracy theories are pre-digital and flourish for reasons not digital, but digital literacy has to include them. Mary says, especially since hackers have a cool aura in the eyes of many kids in reality, with Anonymous, with pop culture, Mr. Robots, and so etc. Todi mentions that Council of Europe does a lot of media literacy using a right-based approach. Thanks a lot, Todi, for that. Henriette says sex education needs to include internet pornography and how children, teenagers need to understand and analyze it, and so on. Excellent. We are coming close to the end of the discussion. I'll pass the floor to each one of you, but literally within a tweet. So what are your takeaways? Try to fit it in 260 characters, and then we'll hear from Andriana to get sort of messages from the event. So yeah, I don't know, who should we start with? Should we start the other way around? I'll start with Luca, and then Jaroslav, and then Anastasia, and then Julia. Luca, tweet.
Okay, it's kind of what I've just said, really, which is we have a long way to go, but we are slowly unearthing the very complex and nuanced contributing factors to the issue of digital literacy, and we need to keep working at it.
Thanks. Well, optimistic at least. Jaroslav.
Yes, from our side, I think that we see that the pandemic was useful in the highlighting and strengthening the importance of the work on the cyber, and the fact that we are becoming really dependent on the digital leaves no other choice than really dedicate all efforts to make progress in this area. But not only in the policy discussion, but also in the implementation and supporting those countries which requires the help from those who are much more advanced already in this area.
Thanks a lot. Anastasia?
I would say that we definitely need to move from the zero trust that has been mentioned today to greater transparency in cyberspace and internet space around all the actors, what they do, what their intentions and motivations in cyberspace, and more verifiable trust, meaning the trust when you provide a clear set of clear measures how you actually make your technologies and products trustworthy, and thus explain users about all the implications that might be with the use of these technologies. And also, I think that though it could be trivial, but still, a dialogue plays a really important role at all the levels, at the municipal level, at the state level, at the global level, especially during these interesting times with the restart of UN global discussions again, to hear what other parts of the world actually need in terms of the further protection, cyber protection, ensuring that the users also actually are protected in that sphere.
Thanks, Anastasia. We did accept the microblog rather than the tweet form, but it was very useful. Julia?
I wrote down, this session gave me energy to focus more on practical solutions that make users more secure.
I was fearing that you would just say retweet, but that's useful. Thanks a lot. Back to our rapporteur, Andriana, to come up with the messages. Andriana, floor is yours.
Thank you, Vlada, for the floor. No thanks for the fact that you left me absolutely no time. We're already running late. I'm from the Geneva Internet Platform, as Elizabeth kindly mentioned, and I will present the 3 messages that I've prepared during this discussion. Now, don't worry if there is something that isn't in there, it will be in the report, which will be available on dig.watch/EuroDIG 2020. So the first message is there is a necessity for stronger digital literacy, particularly for children, their parents and teachers, as well as those who are forced to be part of the digital society by the pandemic, such as the elderly. Digital literacy should be approached in an interdisciplinary manner. Users should be more aware of risks and taught to think critically, as well as differentiate between safe and unsafe practices. If you have any strong objections to this message, please write them in the chat. Elizabeth, in the meantime, maybe we can go to the next message or the next slide. Thank you. Security needs to be more user-friendly. To that end, ICT providers need to provide greater transparency around their practices, especially regarding the implementation of security by design and security by default. Again, if there are any strong objections, please raise them in the chat. Next slide, please, Elizabeth. Thank you. Companies should implement policies that will raise users' trust in these companies. They should be more transparent on how data management is installed, how they handle users' data, and how the mechanisms for reporting inappropriate content on social media platforms work. That will be it from me. Kind reminder that this is not the final form of the messages. You will be more than welcome to comment on the messages, and EuroDIG will provide more details on the commenting platform. Thank you for the floor, Vlada. Over to you.
Thank you, Andriana. I saw that Julia raised her hand. I don't know, Julia, if you want to jump in very quickly.
Just on the last part, could you add report vulnerabilities as well, if no one else objects?
Makes sense.
Yeah, I strongly agree with you, Julia, on that.
Makes sense. We didn't touch much upon that. We would need a special session for vulnerabilities and disclosure, but I think it's very useful. Thanks a lot for your inputs. A kind reminder, I think Elizabeth already posted in the chat, there is a forum at EuroDIG, so you can switch back to forum, continue these discussions. There were a lot of interesting inputs. And I certainly hope to see you, well, hopefully in vivo next year. In the meantime, grab your coffee, relax, and move to the next session. Thank you for joining today, and thank you all for coming. Bye-bye.
Vladimir and everyone who was here in the room and also on YouTube watching. We are actually here in Studio Berlin making this a networking space for everyone who is interested. So you can come join in. There will be a few fun Menti meeters to participate in. You can chat. We can also see if sound and video works, if that's a thing that you want to do. I'll be here for your assistance, and in the meantime, have a nice lunch break, and the next session here will start at 2:30 p.m. Central European Summer Time. See you then. Bye. So here's the first question already. If you're so inclined, let us know, how are you feeling after maybe your first workshop here? Maybe you have joined earlier on in the morning, or you already were with us yesterday on day 0. You're very much invited to let us know on the Menti in the next few minutes.
Elizabeth. Can you hear me? All good with my sound and everything.
Hi, Tanya.
You re-emerged from your background.
It's a special effect.
Yes, it was a special effect, seriously. So I just wanted to say, Elizabeth, I told speakers that if they want to chat with me, they can join a bit earlier.
Sure.
But otherwise, I do not expect them to join that early. But I will be here just in case, you know, if someone actually wants to talk to me.
Sure. The room is open. I just wanted to check with you.
Yes.
So you don't have any slides, right?
No, we don't. The only thing I want to check, we have two moderators, me and Jaren Yunal from ISOG. And I assume that we both are able to mute and unmute ourselves and just proceed without asking you, like, oh, please unmute Jaren, right? Oh, she's here now.
Yeah, she's here.
I'm here too.
Yeah, so we are just going to let it go and mute and unmute ourselves and just had the session and the way so seamlessly without any. Thank you. That was my only worry, like how it will go in terms of, because we can coordinate between ourselves, but do we have to coordinate with you who comes next?
Yeah, no, all good. So I made you co-moderator so you can unmute yourselves. You could also share a screen if you wanted to. But I have some like general slides here that I will use in the beginning, and the messages we will also do here on the slide deck for the last 5 minutes.
Who is our reporter? Is it Adriana or?
Let me check quickly. I have that on my.
Hello, Christian.
Hey.
Sorry, we have a speaker here already. So who is our reporter?
Cedric Amon.
Cedric Amon.
Yeah.
Cedric Amon. I just want the name to announce it, you know, not like stumble across the names. So Cedric Amon.
Yeah.
Great.
So yeah, basically how we're going to do this, I will make all of your speakers, I have the list here as well, also co-moderators, so they can also unmute themselves. And for the rest, it's the hand raising and then we can, or you can also unmute themselves.
Yeah, so once me or Jaren are taking over the parts of the session, the second person will monitor the chat. So I don't know if we really need a remote moderator because we are two of us, and we will try to make the best out of it in terms of asking questions or maybe grouping them, you know, or like, you know, clustering them, summing them up. So it might be interesting to see how it goes. How is it going for you, Elizabeth? How is sunny in Berlin, as Sandra said?
I have to say, here in Studio Berlin, so far, all is going well. No complaints.
Great. And Jaren and I had a preparatory call. I'm sorry for everyone who is here and have to listen to me blathering here. So Jaren, instead of the music, Jaren and I already had a preparatory call, and my internet just, you know, went blackouted completely.
Oh no.
So remember, Jaren, I had to connect my mobile phone. So sure. I hope that if anything like this happens, we can just take over from each other and take it from there. So it's good to have Sharon having my back.
Yeah, we can manage.
I'm sure we can. And also to speakers who joined already, like Marco, Christian, I just wanted to say, if there is anything happening with your connection, don't hesitate, just reconnect. We will wait for you. You can always start where you stopped. It's not a problem. So I guess you're all sort of stress-proof already with your job. But anyway, just to know that it's not a problem. We'll try to reconnect and just speak again. Hi, Marco.
Oh, hello, Tatiana.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you as well.
Is it sunny in Tallinn as well?
Actually, it is. It's like +20. It's there's sunshine. It's a bit windy, but still it's like
+20 in Tallinn. Oh my God, we have like 14 or 15 in The Hague, or maybe maximum 17 and rain.
Yeah. But we had a really cold spring this year, and I think, I don't know, a few warm days. I think we deserve it.
Yes, you probably do. And we probably deserve this too, because we had an amazing spring. It was like 26 since the beginning of April. And only this week, it all went, to the south in a way. So
yeah,
yes.
now we're able to go out, of course, Murphy in action.
Yeah. So Christian and Marco, if you have any questions to us, please feel free to ask. But let's wait maybe for Pavel to join 15 minutes before the session, and we can just, and you can meanwhile get yourself acquainted with the room. I think also, Jaren, what can we do if there is intervention from the audience? I guess we can just ask our respective panelists who wants to speak or answer the question from the audience, they can put their hands up, or we can distribute it. So if the speakers want to speak, because we have 4 of them and we don't see them, there are a lot of videos. So maybe they can also use the hand up tool.
I'll do, yeah. I think that's wise.
Yeah.
So are all moderators and speakers appointed as co-hosts?
Yes. So I see that Marco is co-host already. I see that Christian is not co-host and Pavel is not co-host yet. So if Elizabeth or someone can appoint them as co-host, this would be awesome. We're also waiting for the 3rd speaker, Marina Kalirand. I don't see her joining yet, but she will probably be here a bit later. Pavel, feel free to test you. Oh, I see you. Hi. Oh, you look like a DJ. You look like
Thanks
a
very
DJ.
much.
So yes, I'm very much looking forward. I'm very much looking forward to this panel. I find it quite fascinating that we have 2 people from Estonia who are very much involved into all these criminal justice regulation and other processes. So it's interesting, something Estonia should be proud of.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I can agree that we are doing quite a lot.
Yeah, knowing Marina and knowing you for all these years, I can certainly say that this is something to be proud of. Absolutely.
If you're interested in cyber and its connections to international law, then a few weeks ago we had also quite a huge event. Actually, it was a virtual one, but it was right now Estonia is also one of the members of the UN Security Council, and then there was sort of a cyber related meeting and lots of discussion. If you go to I don't know, the website of our Estonian MFA, then also you would find the link, and then we did everything.
I'm making a note for myself. I have to admit that within this COVID crisis in the last few weeks, with all the teaching being moved online, it has been quite stressful, especially as we always developed our teaching at Leiden, very interactive teaching, and moving this online was a bit of a stress. We managed, but I could hardly really follow anything. I don't know, Pavel, are you teaching as well? Was it as hard for you as well? Or just like normal?
It was actually quite easy, because the reason I was hired by the university 15 years ago is to build training programs in digital forensics for law enforcement. And Ireland is a small country in the middle of the sea, basically. And the only way to attract participation was to go online. So we have now 2 programs. 2 master's programs, and both of them are delivered online and have been since the very start.
Wow,
So
this is
for us,
amazing.
This was absolutely no
That's
change
impressive.
whatsoever.
Yeah, this is amazing then.
Yeah.
Because for us it was a huge challenge because I had to figure out how to facilitate the discussions in the breakout rooms and all these, and it worked. So some things worked much better online than offline, I must admit. But still,
Absolutely.
yes.
Say in our discipline, certain things like crime scene processing or handling actual digital devices cannot be taught virtually. You actually have to physically do it. So we explored a number of strategies, bringing students once a year on campus to do all the practical work. We built 3D game, kind of a first-person shooter game where they can go and explore the crime scene and things like that.
This is quite fascinating. Wow. Yeah, for me, tell me.
It can be done. It can be done, but it's a lot of effort. And yeah, that's about that.
Yeah, I have to admit that before taking this teaching work, I was working at Max Planck Institute. That's how I met Marco, for example. And it was more of research work. So for me, moving teaching online actually, coexisted together with the challenges of a new job, with challenges of actually becoming a teacher, an assistant professor at the university where I teach constitutes 70% of my work. So that was after 10 years of intense research, that was also quite intense change.
What subject are you teaching?
So right now I'm teaching regulating security in cyberspace. I was teaching a capstone on cyber espionage. That was a thesis work for students. I'm going to teach a course on internet governance starting in autumn. This would be a minor, and I'm going to teach the course digital crime. So that would be my know-how, the course which I'm developing from scratch, and I'm very much looking forward to this. As well as internet governance, I'm developing it from scratch as well. It starts in September. So basically, they have given me 2 new courses that I can just go on with in where I wish, as long as I deliver the quality of education Leiden wants.
Sounds like a lot of work.
It is a lot of work. It is.
Well, I wish you every success with that.
Thank you so much, Pavel. So I see that we already have Pavel, Christian, and Marco. I know that Marina is very, very experienced in EuroDIG, so I guess I can start telling you about the session without Marina because she will catch up, I think. And she's going to join in a couple of minutes in any case. So basically, as you saw already, we are going to make the scope a bit broader than just criminal justice to include all of your concerns and tools that might, complement criminal justice. And it's going to be 3 parts. First of all, introduction and setting the stage. Then we will talk a bit about regulatory responses, probably more the domain of Marco and Marina, but Pavel and Christian, please feel free to contribute from your perspective as well. And then we are going to talk about new challenges. And I guess this is where all the issues that were brought in the description of the session might come up, like, for example, artificial intelligence, big data, access to data, and so on and so forth. So I guess that for all of you, with all your expertise, it's going to be fairly easy to contribute. We will try to include the audience as much as we can. So I will be monitoring the chat, mostly Jaren will do so too. So anything that is coming from there will be brought back to you, and we will try making you to answer all the questions, and we'll try to facilitate the discussions. So if there are any questions from you already, I would be happy to answer just as a preparatory. Marco, you attended the EuroDIG workshop before, right? So you know that I'm a bit of a tough moderator, but I hope it's going to be all right.
I think this is my 4th or 5th
Yes.
EuroDIG. But yes, I remember that about a year ago we had the same topic and then similar discussion.
Well, this is why we tried to broaden the topic this year, because I remember the last year we had a very intense discussion, but it was more about electronic evidence. And while we had a lot of controversial points and a bit of drama going on, and but it was very interesting, but it was very, very specialized, and we thought that
It was very
yes,
deep
it was
discussion.
very deep discussion, and I was happy that there were a lot of police officers in the room who came from Eurojust, who were seconded by Eurojust, and judges and Europol. So there were people who were really interested in this issue. But I guess right now we are broadening more, not to, dwell on the same topics, although of course they warrant additional discussion. Let's say, we can discuss about it every month basically, and still have something new. But I think that this time it would be more overarching, like how do we address the illegal activity online? What are the new developments? Are there fragmentation? Is there fragmentation? How do we preserve human rights? What are other problems? How we address them? So basically, Jaren and I are going to try and sail through, these broader, this wide ocean of problems and try to focus a bit, but it is a broader scope than last year. Although I think that while I'm going to introduce the session for anyone who wasn't at last year EuroDIG, I might just point out that if they're interested in particular issues of electronic evidence, they can always revisit this and watch the video. So we have like 17 minutes to the start. Jaren, I hope you can take over from me and take about the speakers. Meanwhile, I will take a very short break, like 2 or 3 minutes. Yeah, thank you. And we'll be right back.
I'm looking into whether Marina has joined us yet, but yes, Tatiana said the wide variety of instruments and proposed legislation, it makes everything a bit more complicated than it already is.
Well, I have a question. Maybe the question is to Tanya about our part of the discussion called New Challenges. How do you define the scope of these new challenges? Is it something that might happen, or is it something that is happening?
I think a bit of both, because the title of the session includes what's next. So while setting the scene, you probably are going to be talking about the current challenges, but of course it's not going to end like that. And we would like to have a more forward-looking discussion. And of course, like, what do you see coming? And there are usually some, and also it all depends on where you're looking at. It's from a technical perspective, there are new challenges already existing, and that might come up soon, but it's completely up to you. But I think we should honor the title, What's Next? Because I wasn't at the last session on criminal justice at EuroDIG, but Tatiana was pretty determined to make this one a more forward-looking one, but the discussions being built up on the previous one, because EuroDIG is quite, I mean, it's a moving process in itself. It's a dialogue, and especially it's like being in lockdown for 3 months, and I've been seeing tons of articles. It's like new forms of cybercrime. Of course, some of them are just spreading paranoia, but they really are. It's like they change the lockdown and quarantine and the virus. So it all changed the way we live in both legal and illegal ways, I believe.
That's true. From what I heard, criminals have experienced challenges with the supply chain for the ingredients for certain illegal substances.
Okay.
And other interesting developments. But these are not technical.
Yeah. And I believe you sent an email. I'm just seeing.
Yes.
You have a diagram?
Yeah. Basically, over the past maybe 5 or so years, I've been going around with a couple of ideas, and those that I wanted to start with, I suppose.
I don't know. I think Elizabeth, is it possible to share screen for speakers? I believe it's not, right? Is it?
Yes,
Well,
as we are making all of the speakers
as co-hosts, so
co-hosts, you will be able to share your screen.
Okay, then you can share it, Pavel, as you're speaking.
Okay, well, let me try then.
Okay, yeah, let's test.
Okay.
Perfect.
Is that visible? Excellent.
It is.
So stop share. Okay.
Hi all, me being back.
Hello.
Hi.
We missed you.
I'm sure you didn't.
So I still don't see Marina.
Well, I hope she's going to join.
Yeah, because even for me, finding here's your login info for the virtual meetings was a bit.
Yes, I agree.
Because
I agree.
especially in the preparation sessions, there have been so many back and forth emails. And if you search directly EuroDIG, it's a big pool. But you gave very clear instructions, so it should be fine.
Well, yeah, I was trying to attach the screenshot and all that.
That was very helpful.
So I'm happy to see that more people are joining the session, and we're going to start in 6 minutes.
Yeah.
Welcome to everyone who joined. Nice.
When there's no real coffee, I think punctuality would improve. Yeah, we already have 21 people.
Another cybersecurity session started with 20 people, and I think at the end the room had around 50. So people join a bit late. They sometimes hopping in and out of the room. So we will see. Frankly, I care more about the quality of the discussions and, about those who joined. They probably are interested in this topic. So for all of you who joined, please do raise your hand, do write your questions on the chat. No stone is going to be left unturned, and we are going to answer all your questions and collect all your interventions and give you the room to speak. don't see Marina yet. I hope she's on the way.
She just sent an email that she thinks she entered the meeting, but not sure if it's the right place. Do we see her? No.
No.
Or maybe she didn't.
Problem. She might have entered Studio The Hague instead of. She might just need to leave and then scroll down on the website.
So I'm going to send her an email. I remember yesterday they managed to bring windsurf from Berlin to The Hague or back in 3 minutes.
Yeah, that was a bit of a project, but at least the paths are not as long as in the usual setting.
Yes, normally it would have taken a bit longer. This is how my dream about having teleportation is actually coming true. Moving between Berlin, The Hague, and Trieste in a few minutes.
That's really true. All right, Tanya, if you agree, I will start in a minute with the code of conduct and the opening, and then I will hand it to you and Sharon right after. All right. Hello, everyone in the room and on the live stream. We are resuming our activity also here in Studio Berlin. My name is Elisabeth Schaumann. I'm the studio host for this session. And together with my colleague Theodora, we're here from the German Informatics Society to keep the session up and running. Just a few quick words on the code of conduct, which we remind you of before every session. All those present in the Zoom room, please identify yourself with your full name. You can change your Zoom name by yourself. If you struggle, please reach out to either me or Theodora. When you want to ask a question or make a comment, which should be the case because this will be a very interactive session, you can raise your hand and then the moderators will unmute you so you can make your statement. Before you do, please say out loud your full name and your affiliation, and then continue with your question or statement. Contributions can also be made in written in the chat and in the forum. We will try and follow those and include it in the session discussion. One important thing, those Zoom rooms that you're in, all of the Zoom rooms here at EuroDIG are for registered participants only, so please do not share the session links with anyone on the outside. If anyone fails to repeatedly comply with the code of conduct, we might need to remove said person, but I'm sure it will not be a problem. One other important note, I'm happy to announce that we are partnering with the Geneva Internet Platform again this year. The reporters present in all sessions are reporting and curating the EuroDIG 2020 messages. And for this session, it's Cedric Amon who will be here for us in this capacity. In the last 5 minutes of the session, he's going to present the main points to us that were made during the discussion. And with this, I would like to close my opening remarks and open the session, Workshop 7, Criminal Justice in Cyberspace, What's Next, moderated by Tatjana Trupina and Sharon Unal. Over to you, Tanya and Sharon.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. And before I will start, can we make Marina Kaliran the co-host? I see that she's in the room. So this is just a small organizational remark. So welcome, everyone. It's nice to see you all who joined this workshop, and we hope that we will have a great discussion. A bit of the introduction to this workshop. If you attended the previous sessions related to cybersecurity at this EuroDIG already, you probably have heard all these discussions that staying home during COVID actually doesn't make us safer. It makes us much more vulnerable to cybersecurity threats, to crime, and to other online harms and misdeeds online. And while we mainly want to talk about how criminal justice addresses these harms, we want to make this discussion much broader and to talk not only about criminal justice, but about other instruments related to tackling the problem of illegal acts online, like, let's say, terrorist content or another illegal and harmful content online. So we are taking it from a broader perspective, but still building up on what we discussed at the previous EuroDIG in The Hague last year. Those of you who didn't attend this very specialized discussion on criminal investigations and online evidence, you can always go and revisit the transcripts and videos online. So let's just take a broad approach and discuss not only criminal justice itself, but the instruments which complement it and challenges related not only to laws and regulation, but to how criminal justice and other instruments can tackle the online harms. And before I hand it over to my co-moderator, Jaren Yunal from Internet Society, to introduce our panel, I would like to thank our studio hosts and our reporter from Geneva Internet Platform, Cedric Amon. We will sure save 5-7 minutes at the end of this session to agree on the messages from this session, and also to Tracy Captioner, who is going to caption this session in the transcript. And with this, I will hand it over to Jaren and to introduce the panel and to kick this discussion off.
Thank you very much, Tatiana. Yes, this is going to be really exciting. We have an excellent panel. We have Marina Kaljurand, a member of the European Parliament, a former Foreign Minister of Estonia and member of the Global Commission on the Stability of Cyberspace. You probably already know her. We have Pavel Gladyshev, who is an associate professor at University College Dublin, who has huge experience in digital forensics and is an expert to Europol and many other organizations. We have Marko Kunapu, who is working for the Criminal Policy Department of the Estonian Ministry of Justice, a very prominent member of various activities related to harmonization of cybercrime laws at Council of Europe, United Nations, and many other venues. Last but not least, we have Mr. Christian Berg, who has many hats, who currently serves as a CEO of Safer Society Group and CEO of Periscope, a company supporting online investigators. He has vast experience in software development for online criminal investigations and also the founder of NetClean, a company which works to detect child abuse material on corporate devices. After this introduction, and without further ado, I would like to start the discussion to set the scene. So I would like to ask our distinguished panelists about what they see as the major top challenges they see related to the criminal use of cyberspace and criminal justice that could influence our response to crime and other online harms. So in your view, based on your expertise, from your own perspective, whether technical or policy, what are the most important aspects related to our session's title, What's Next? Of course, some current challenges and how they would inform our responses. And before going to the panelists, I would like to remind the audience to just use the chat if they have questions or comments. Tatiana will be monitoring. And I would like to start with Marina in this first round? Thank you, Marina. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you. I feel as a newcomer to this group, because I'm not somebody who's been dealing with criminal justice on a daily basis. But as Tatiana said, I'll be happy maybe to bring in a couple of thoughts from the wider perspective. Here in the European Parliament, the files I'm working at the moment are terrorist content online and also own initiative report on the digital services market. And where do I see the problems? When we talk about terrorist content, when we talk about illegal content, there is no question, there is no place for terrorist content or illegal content online, full stop. There are no doubts. It has to be taken down. It has to, all the measures have to be taken so that it's not put up. No questions, everybody understands that. But the question for me is, where is the right balance so that we have a control of the content online, but we do not violate fundamental rights, we do not violate human rights? Because in many cases, when I talk about terrorist content, we have different laws. We have different legal systems, we have different laws. And at the moment, at least if I speak from the perspective of the EU, we are not in a position to introduce one unique, united legal system or criminal law system. There are some things that are crimes in Estonia and not crimes in other countries. There is some terrorist content which might be terrorist, I don't know, in Hungary, Poland, in Spain, not in the Baltics. So we have differences. One problem is how not to violate human rights, fundamental rights, when we fight against terrorist content. And another question is how to do it in the way where we have different legal systems, different jurisdictions. And at the moment, we are not in a position to create in the EU one united, unique criminal jurisdiction. We still respect the jurisdictions in different countries. We can't give, for example, removal orders to the jurisdiction of another country because they are just null and void in another country if it's not crime there. So it's a bunch of questions, and happy to raise them. And during the discussion, also happy maybe to reflect on them in more details. Thank you.
Very much, Marina. Yes, probably further in the discussion, major challenges regarding the harmonization and more cooperation, how to do that will be critical. I'd like to continue with Pavel. Thank you, Pavel. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So what I would like to discuss today are three issues. They are slightly different, but they are related in a way. Again, I'll just briefly outline them now. First issue that is in everyone's mind who is working in law enforcement these days is the use of encryption by the criminals. To start with, I think everyone or most European citizens are nowadays acutely aware of the ease with which children can procure drugs online. All it takes is conversion of some physical money into Bitcoins, downloading and installing a Tor browser from the internet, navigating to one of the advertised online illegal drug stores and ordering drugs and getting these drugs delivered online, delivered via post. And this situation cannot continue, for example. It's just one of the examples of how criminals misuse encryption, other being ransomware and other forms of criminality. But fundamental challenge here is, I think, the disconnect between policymakers and technology developers, which I will elaborate on in my part of the in my talk. So that's one issue. How do we deal with the encryption and anonymization services? Second issue is security of software. The matter of fact is that the modern information technology industry cannot produce perfectly secure systems, or it cannot produce perfectly secure systems cheaply. And the companies are not incentivized to produce secure software. And I think this is something where regulation can play a role. And the third question I'd like to touch upon is the use of artificial intelligence for law enforcement purposes. Clearly, it's a new technology which has potential, which has not been fully explored. But my perception is that it has some inherent problems, which will reduce its usefulness to the law enforcement community, and also will probably diminish the fears of the general population that this technology can be used for blanket surveillance purposes.
Thank you very much, Pavel. Now I would like to turn to Christian. What are your main list of challenges?
Yeah, hi. So I come from two different aspects, I think. So one is the online, to what to be removed online and not. Working a lot against over child abuse investigations. We consider that child abuse content is the only really objectively bad material online, which we can agree on globally. Terrorism, for instance, is a little bit subjective. It depends a little bit where in the world you are, how you look at things online. The problem with here is we don't want like Facebook and all other social media companies to be forced to remove content too much, because that they will just protect themselves. They will introduce too much censorship. On the other hand, we want them to be responsible. And you're talking about child sexual abuse content, we can see that organizations like Facebook, they're obliged to report to NCMEC in the US when they find something online. And of course, to not miss anything, they're of course over-reporting. So that means they're flooding law enforcement with reports on potential child abuse content. So I think it's a balance there of how they push this and censorship. And then I also agree on the previous speaker with I think AI is a big topic when it comes to law enforcement and how they're gonna approach the data, because we can see that data is just it's growing exponential. And with the introduction of AI, we're sort of also growing the intelligence. So law enforcement just get more and more intelligence to think about. And here I think there's a big topic needed to discuss. How can we approach or apply AI into investigations in a good way, and not just putting AI on top of an existing solution and say, hey, we have AI, it's better now, because I think that just creates problems. I think we need to rethink from the beginning, so we incorporate AI in the workflow, and also of course educate law enforcement a lot in the process, because otherwise I think we're just creating more problems for them. They're going to find more evidence that some of them are correct and not correct. So I think those are two main topics for me.
Thank you very much, Christian. Now I'd like to turn to Michael with his list of main challenges that you'd like to address. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you very much. Actually, when it comes to problems and then challenges related to criminal justice response, then you could have a very long list. But I think I could just focus maybe on the most important ones. First, it's legislation, minimum standards, and then it was already mentioned that if you have a behavior, a conduct, what is criminal offense in one country, it's not always the case that it would be a criminal offense in another country, and then actually a series of problems actually would be raised concerning ineffectiveness of international cooperation related to criminal investigations, and then many others as well. There are also problems related to capacity, including technical capacity. First, you need to have dedicated units in place, competent authorities, but already one of my fellow panelists mentioned the challenges related to encryption, use of proxy services, anonymization services, in order to follow the leads and then to gather evidence, in order to continue with investigations. You need vast amount of resources. And then it's often the case that the law enforcement authorities don't have all of these. And then last but not least, international cooperation. Most of the incidents. Most of the cybercrime and then cyber-related offenses, these are of cross-border nature. You need international cooperation. It's most of the time electronic evidence, computer data you need in order to solve the case are somewhere abroad, somewhere in cyberspace, somewhere in the cloud. In order to get this information, first you need legal basis, and then again you need competent authorities, and then units, and then cooperation channels in place. When it comes to legal basis, then it's often the case that you cannot use that with all the countries in the world. There are some countries who may cooperate with you. There are countries who don't cooperate, and then again, additional challenges arise. So I think that I would stick to those 3 points at this point.
Thank you very much, Marco. So thanks a lot to all our speakers for setting the scene with a bunch of variety of issues. But I think the main messages were how to balance the rule of law and fundamental rights, and also how to go on with effective, efficient cooperation in all those matters. So let's dive in deeper to the topics. I would like to turn to Tatiana to check whether there are interventions from the audience.
Except from me sending the wrong messages in Russian to the chat, there are no interventions, which really saddens me, because I see some familiar names on the chat, but I hope that we're just warming up and setting the scene, and we will have more interventions. My summary from here is basically more or less the same as yours, Jaren. First of all, we have policy and regulatory frameworks that have to respect the border, but at the same time have to bring countries to cooperate. However, there are new technologies, there are new technological challenges, and these frameworks sometimes just simply don't catch up with those. And I think that this perfectly sets the scene for what we actually planned for this session, because we were thinking, we started this session in mind with the structure in mind that we will discuss regulatory fragmentation and regulatory approaches, and then new challenges, including technological challenges such as artificial intelligence or human rights. And I can certainly see that all our speakers are very much capable to talk about these, and we already identify some of the controversy in their views. So first, I would like to move us to the part which is devoted to regulatory challenges. And I would like to build my question up on what Marco and Marina said a bit, and also upon the general knowledge. So we have these different standards being developed, and they do have to respect the borders and the jurisdictions of the country. They have to respect different legal orders, and at the same time, they have to respect human rights. There is a big concern right now that there is a flurry of activity related to creation of new legal measures to fight cybercrime. We know that right now UN, for example, is jumping on this wagon, on this train, to actually deal with cybercrime and come up with what they call universal solution. And there are some concerns that, for example, it will lower standards set by the Council of Europe. I wanted to ask first Marco and Marina, of course, and then other speakers. Do you think we can call it regulatory fragmentation? Do you think it can lower the standards and safeguards for human rights protection that we have? How do we set these standards? How do we preserve them? But basically, yes, is there a risk of fragmentation, and how we are trying to avoid this? Or are we living in the age of fragmentation already? Because Marina pointed to different legal standards. Marco pointed to different legal standards. And I will start with Marco. Marco, what are your thoughts about this, about going from global to European level? What's going on in the UN? What's going on in Europe? And can we remedy this?
Yeah, thank you. And then short answer to your question would be that, yes, there is already fragmentation in place. Unfortunately, I think that the processes that are taking place right now could even lead to further fragmentation. Right now, I think that it's quite an interesting time. So many different international organizations are involved in drafting new instruments. European Union, the e-evidence proposal, the Council of Europe, Cybercrime Convention Committee, and then the negotiations on the second additional protocol. And then also UN has started to take action, and there will be new ad hoc committee, and then probably new cybercrime convention as well. The question is again that what could be the basis, and then what would be the minimum standards. When we talk about the Budapest Convention, then I think that this is an instrument that has almost global coverage already. Most of the UN member states have legislation in place which is to a large extent in compliance with the convention. Many countries all over the world who haven't ratified or acceded to the convention have still legislation in place that has been developed by using the Budapest Convention as an example. So we already have certain standards in place, but yes, the question is, and then the problem is that what would happen if there will be new standards? What would be the minimum? And then as regards the future discussions at the United Nations level, I'm a bit skeptical whether we could achieve similar standards like we have at the European Union level or at the Council of Europe level, in case the standards will be lower, if the threshold for different procedural measures will be lower, if there will be less conditions and then safeguards, less respect to human rights and then privacy, then I think that we would be in a big problem. Already we have fragmentation, and then fight against cybercrime. This is also a very sensitive issue, and then we have seen already how divided countries can be. There is already a polarization, and if UN cannot agree on similar standards, if the standards will be lower, if the standards will be different than most of the countries are using or having right now, then it would have a negative impact on fight against not only cybercrime, but any crime that has electronic evidence. And then that would have a negative impact on international cooperation as well.
Thank you very much, Marco. Just a follow-up question from me, because I haven't seen anything on the chat yet. And I understand that it is a bit of specialized discussion, which we are going to broaden, no worries. Marco, I want to ask you about the semantics of the words minimum standards. Are we talking about minimum standards? Does it make us thinking that we have to come to a bare minimum? Because to me, what Europe or Council of Europe is doing is quite a high standard. But I'm just thinking, just as a thought, do you think that we can actually change this wording and rather talk about high standards established by Europe versus lowering the standards? Because even the language minimum standards makes me a bit worried.
Now, right now, when I was referring to minimum standards, then I just took the Budapest Convention as an example and as a basis, which is right now international instrument that is being used by many countries in the world. In case new standards will be lower, I don't know, whether in terms of substantive law, cybercrime offenses, in terms of procedural law, in terms of conditions and safeguards, it would be a problem. It would be a huge challenge for those countries who have already their own standards in place, because I don't think that the government or maybe the I don't know, people in different countries or these civil society organizations would agree on just lowering the standards just in order to cooperate with particular countries. So I think that that would be a problem. And then that again, it's not only about carrying on investigations. You also need to respect human rights and then privacy. And for example, when we just talk about European Union legislation, then all those countries who are members of the European Union are also bound by EU rules and then regulations. And then going below EU regulation, I don't think that this would work.
Thank you very much, Marco. And just a caveat, when I was speaking about minimum standards, I wasn't referring to you. I wasn't referring rather than to the debate at the UN, where they talk about minimum standards all the time. And before I move to Marina, who can probably talk a bit more about how these standards can actually get divided on the European Union level, what she spoke about before a bit, I would like to go to our audience, which is equal participants here, I hope. And Louise Wanderland had her hand up. And Louise, if I can ask the host to unmute you, you can just speak. The floor is yours. Thank you. So I have not seen Louise yet. I would like to ask this. Yes, Louise, you can't unmute yourself because it's the host. Okay,
now
good.
she's unmuted. Oh, unmute again. Wait.
1 moment.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
Now it's
okay.
good.
Yes. Okay. Sorry. I was trying to press all kinds of buttons and then my internet connection was also unstable. Hi, everyone. And first of all, congratulations to EuroDIG for pulling this off online. It's really great to see everybody. I'm really appreciative of this subject and of all the very qualified speakers here. And I wanted to just mention a couple of things to make life even more complicated. Not that it hasn't been said, but I think I can say it a bit less diplomatically than some of the more intelligent people around. And the first is that, of course, governments are not always the good guys. And since criminal prosecutions and law enforcement is done by governments, as long as we don't, even in Europe, we can't have consensus of whether governments are the good guys. It's going to be extraordinarily difficult to resolve things like this. And I think Marina may have suggested in that direction, but you know, if you call for Catalan independence in Spain, that makes you a terrorist there. It doesn't make you a terrorist in Holland. And you know, what do we do with the person who has a Catalan independence website in Amsterdam? How do we cooperate on that? It's just one very small example. In Europe, we can't even get our act around that. Can you imagine trying to do that around the world? The second is that I think there's not a lot of consensus about, you know, what constitutes a crime. And if we can't even agree on terrorism, and in some places you can't even agree on child porn, you know, how are we ever going to agree on things like selling drugs and other things? So I think this is another one where I would rather err on the side of caution. You know, the last thing we need is to give all kinds of power and technological capability to governments we don't trust to prosecute crimes which may not be crimes everywhere. So as much as we all agree that certain crimes need to be prosecuted, I really think that law enforcement and also politics should get together and do that, and not keep on saying they need more power, more technology, less encryption, and all these kind of things, because then we're really have a huge risk of throwing out our human rights and our privacy with the bathwater. Now, there's a bigger issue at stake here, which is that I think Europe, it's really going to be up to Europe to set the standard. And I'm going to simplify it a little bit for the sake of time, and I hope to not insult anybody when I do that. But in the US, data is being monetized by big companies without any regard to privacy. They have a completely different concept of this. And in places like China, you have personal data being used by the government for tracking and giving social credits. And I'm making a very black and white simplistic perspective, but I think you guys understand what I'm trying to say here. In Europe, we're trying to do something different. You know, we have GDPR, which may not be perfect, but at least it's an attempt to do something. We're trying to regulate, where our regulation is getting to the point where even Facebook has said, oh man, we're going to be regulated. Let's talk together about it rather than having it imposed. Europe is doing something quite spectacular here. And I think we can be really proud, but this brings a huge responsibility to get it right and to make sure, because what we're going to do will also be an example for others. It sets the standard, you know, in a way that GDPR has influenced businesses around the world. And I want it to be not just Europe, EU, but really beyond that, you know, include Russia, include the whole region, include any other countries who feel the same way, because I don't think this is a geographic thing. I think anyone who cares about human rights and privacy and human dignity and not giving governments control over our lives should be on this. Now, so that's one point. And the other point I want to make is that we have to realize that the more bad stuff that happens on the internet, the higher the pressure on politicians to legislate, regulate, and intervene. And so unless we actually start addressing these issues, be they child abuse, be they terrorist content, be they all the other things that people are scared by, we're creating political pressure to get legislators to intervene on the internet, on the technical layer, on practical things with legislation. Legislators, and I can say this openly because I used to be one of them, and a lot of them are my very good friends, they don't know how to do this because they don't understand the technical layers of the internet. You know, Marina is nodding because, you know, there's so few people who actually understand what it's like, and we don't have enough capable people to actually avoid legislation going in the wrong direction. And we also see pressure of people making on purpose a mess between governance on the internet and governance of the internet. And this is where it's really up to us, people, you know, people at EuroDIG, people who understand the technicalities of it, to reach out beyond our usual groups and to speak to other people and to explain how these things work and what the risks are and the complexities of it. I mean, we really have to on educating. I was educated by you guys when I joined 5 years ago. I didn't know anything. You know, if I can learn it, anybody can. So we have to make sure we keep out reaching beyond this usual group and involving more people so that we avoid stupid regulation. And if we do any kind of regulation, please build in a sunset clause so that any kind of law automatically expires unless it is actually expressly renewed. Because otherwise you get stuck with legislation which is made in the craziness of the time and the fear for terrorism or whatever the problem happens to be, COVID, but it's not going to be relevant 5 or 10 years from now. And if it is, we'll renew it, but please let it expire. Do not adopt any legislation without a sunset clause. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Louise. And it's really very powerful intervention. And I hope that it would be a pleasure to hear what Marina thinks about all this after you, Marco, and you spoke. But I want to point to something after your intervention. You talked about companies coming together with the governments and the fear of regulation and saying, let's cooperate on this, let's draft it together. You asked the speakers and the audience, can we trust the government? But doesn't this provide another layer of a question? Can you trust the government when it cooperates with the companies which it is going to regulate? And this might be a question to Marina as well. How much of the industry participation we are expecting here, and isn't there a regulatory capture at the end? So Marina, I'm really sorry that you have a lot of questions in front of you on fragmentation, on standards, and what Louise brought up here. So the floor is yours.
Yes, so thank you, Tanya. And Louise, I listened very carefully to what you said, and I agree to everything you said, but I'll try to go through the questions raised in a more structured way. First of all, if we look at human rights globally, I have a long background in government. I was more than 25 years in government. Now I'm a member of parliament, which gives me much more freedom to say. Unfortunately, on a global level, we all say right things, but we do not behave that way. We all talk about open, free, resilient, accessible internet. We all talk about human rights online equal to human rights offline. But in practice, we have different understanding of that. And that's why I'm very skeptical about any breakthroughs on a global level in the United Nations when we talk about laws, regulations, conventions. Yes, UN has its role as a capacity building, awareness raising, educational, but I do not think terrorism has been on the table in the United Nations since the 70s, and it's still being discussed because the ideologies are so different. But UN has its role. I believe much more in progress in the groups of like-minded states and countries. Marco mentioned the Council of Europe. Maybe for cybercrime, it's a good place. But for example, when I talk about terrorism, I do see that we can achieve more pragmatic solutions or some solutions within the EU. Copenhagen criteria is the minimum of the EU. We can't fall below that. Although, as we all know, there are speculations that Hungary is not a democratic country anymore, according to some reports from Freedom House. So we have very unequal understanding. Terrorist content. I think one of the worst things we can when we ask the platforms to define what is terrorist content, we are putting on them the burden that we are not able to solve ourselves. So although it's not a perfect system, I would still trust the legal systems or the jurisdictions of the member states of the EU. I'm not ready to accept the terrorist definition of Catalonia, as you mentioned, or maybe some other countries that are moving away from human rights and protection of fundamental freedoms. So I trust my jurisdiction, and I agree to remove terrorist content online. If my Estonian jurisdiction says it's a terrorist content, it has to be removed. I do not agree. Of course, I can't say that all the other countries are doing wrong things. No, many countries have right things in place, right laws in place, but still at the moment, we're not at the point where we are able to cooperate with other jurisdictions. We're still different jurisdictions. And I would argue we will not be able in the near future to create unified laws. Examples, I think it was Pavel who raised the secure software. I think that GDPR is an excellent example how EU can set examples with, for example, of certification of ICT products or online services. And ESA is working on that. And like with GDPR, at the beginning of lots of criticism, now, as you said, even Facebook is asking for GDPR in the United States. So EU has the power and EU has the moral strength to introduce rules that might become later, if not global, then at least to accept it by some, but also some other regions. And my final remark on pressure. You're very right. And I feel the political pressure. Terrorist content online. As I said, there is no place for terrorism online. But I have the feeling that what we're doing today, we're writing a political document. When we write in the document that the content should be removed within 1 hour, it's not doable. It's doable for big platforms, but it's not doable for those small SMEs. So why do we write it? Why do we put them into the position where we know from the very beginning it's not doable? Why are we trying to introduce automated tools and filters when we know that artificial intelligence is not at the level of making decisions that can be made only by humans? Terrorist content from one perspective is a terrorist content, illegal content, but it can also be news, it can be police information, it can be educational information. In the end, it can be a piece of art. And we need humans to make the final decision. So very many open questions. I don't think that we have to give up to political pressure and to do something very quickly because the political will is there or politicians are expected to say something strong on there. Being politician means also that we have to find workable solutions. And that also goes with terrorism online. Yes, I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marina, for such a frank and again, very strong and powerful intervention. I think that before we move to other speakers, I want to get it back to Marco and ask him, would you like to add something? I find it interesting when Marina talked about her native country, Estonia, and trusting its standards. What about you? Do you think that you can lift the standards of your country to the UN level or to the EU level, or do we always have to make a compromise? And it's especially important for you in criminal investigations, because sometimes you will not get data if these standards is not met. So how do we square this circle?
Thank you. First, I think I should say that Estonia as a country, and then those other countries, we are not isolated. We are just part of the global international community, and that includes also several international instruments on human rights, Convention on Human Rights. Also, as EU member state, we need to respect also EU Charter of Fundamental Rights, and then many others. Also, we have minimum standards on privacy, and so on. This is actually the basis, and then when we are going to build new tools, procedural measures, then also this is the basis we need to respect, and then we need to just take account of these. And this is also important when we cooperate with others. And yes, even if we have sort of common minimum standards, let's say common understanding, mutual recognition principle in place within the European Union, we still need to cooperate with third countries as well, because I don't know, electronic evidence, computer data, or terrorist content, it could be located abroad. It could be located in third countries, and that's why we need to just pay attention to this as well. However, when we cooperate with them, we still need to respect our domestic standards as well. And for example, if we have rules on personal data protection, privacy, then we need to just take account these before we are sending out requests for, I don't know, for a foreign company or for foreign law enforcement authority. There are rules in place that needs to be respected. But again, even if we have strong legislation in place at domestic level or maybe within the European Union, then we need to just bear in mind that often, or just most of the times, these attacks, incidents, they originate from other countries. And again, it's not only about having strong legislation in place, but also we need to take also action in order to protect the victims, in order to ensure that rule of law also applies in cyberspace, and that if something bad happens, then there would be effective criminal justice response. Unfortunately, right now, this is not working all the time, because yes, to some extent, existing international frameworks and then the instruments can be used, but again, there are definitely problems.
Thank you very much, Marko. And I will hand it over to Jaren, because we have a chat comment. So, and Jaren did monitor the chat. So Jaren, do you want to take it over from here?
Yes, thank you very much. So before we turn to the other speakers, we have a comment from Hans-Ole Park. He doubts that lots of companies intend to come up with the definition of terrorism. As many speakers pointed out, it will be very difficult to come up with the unified definition. So what any kind of act that plans physically violent act within the scope of their community guidelines, and the key to how difficult it is to define these illegal activities. Oh, I'm so sorry, sorry Hans-Ole. I have the same thing all the time. and Louise Wies also had posted that the same challenges applies with e-evidence, which is impossible for small businesses. Yes, we are seeing more and more private companies cooperating with governments, and mostly those companies are the ones who can afford the regulation. Based on the previous discussion, and the discussion is really heating up very nicely, I would like to turn to Pavel and Christian. So Pavel, you already mentioned, in line with Louise Wies' intervention before, how the policymakers need to be educated. And so it's like, of course, you will respond to all the previous comments, but I would like to hear your more detailed approach on this too. Thank you.
Well, Just to comment on what Marco said about lowering the standards of international cooperation, I think we'll just, right now, not every country is subscribed to the Budapest Convention to the full extent. And indeed, Budapest Convention itself allows for signing up with certain exceptions. But as you said, it provides certain common ground, which is more or less addressed in legislation of different countries. I did study history of cybercrime related legislation, and it's interesting to look back at what was defined in the United States. The first Computer Crime Act, I think it was adopted back in 1983. And even though it provides a lot of the same offenses, and I think broadly it's consistent with what Convention on Cybercrime puts forward, it's much less systematic and much less refined, in my non-professional opinion, than the Convention is. I think what Convention has done is to harmonize and to provide certain systematic approach, cybercrime versus cyber-related crimes, ways of quickly preserving digital evidence, but it also not without its problems, because, for example, if you look at cyber-related crimes, I think the scope of offenses defined there is insufficient to address modern technologies. What about crimes committed with the use of artificial intelligence or offenses against artificial intelligence systems? This is not currently addressed. So this evolution is natural and it will happen. And I think if we fall below the lowest possible standard, I don't think it will be significantly different from the modern state of reality, when there are still countries that cannot agree on even the minimal set of standards. In terms of preservation of human rights, I would agree with Marina and with Marco that a balance is much needed. For example, can I talk about technological issues at this point, or do you want me to defer it until the next part of the discussion?
It's up to you.
Okay, well, I'll just get into that. I think I was involved in research of problems related with the criminal use of encryption and law enforcement bypassing criminal use of encryption. And some time ago, I came across this article written by Michael Chertoff, who is a former US, I think he was a Home Secretary of the United States.
Homeland Security, yeah,
Homeland Security, sorry, my apologies. And when I read this article, here he looks at different policy perspectives adopted around the world regarding the dark web and encryption technology. And in effect, he says that in China, Tor is prohibited. In Russia, everyone has to surrender their encryption keys. And in the United States, they believe that Tor serves its purpose and the law enforcement need to be given tools to work around the encryption technology and leave it as is. What strikes me in this analysis is that there is a disconnect between the way policymakers perceive technology and the way technologists perceive technology. From this article, it transpires that Michael Chertoff and perhaps others see technology as something that can either be adopted or prohibited. And for them, there doesn't seem to be middle ground. if we look at technologists, then a lot of them focus on privacy preservation to no end. Cryptographers in the United States have put forward arguments for prohibition of mass surveillance initiatives, like the Clipper chip, for example, back in 1990s. And the main argument is that technology can be broken into. And if certain agency collects a lot of data about the general population, it's a big security risk. It's very expensive, and it violates, obviously, everyone's privacy. And privacy violation was also not the privacy violation, but the lack of clear purpose for collecting the information was behind the repeal of the Data Retention Directive, which was repealed by the European Court. I don't remember which one, but
Court of Justice.
Court of Justice. Yes, sorry. Thanks very much. And I think the interesting finding by the European Court of Justice was that it's not that the data collection itself was inherently anti-privacy, but that collection of data with no reason or no specification regarding to the purpose and proportionality of it, that was the issue. So last September, I published an article where I bring attention to attempts to just a second, to attempts to build a middle ground, something that is not completely unbreakable as the Tor is designed to be, but at the same time, it's not completely open to the law enforcement requests as other previous initiatives would appear to be. Just to give you an example, this architecture was proposed by researchers at the Katholieke Universiteit Leuven, and it's based on the idea of blind signatures, which was introduced by David Chaum back in 1990s. It's a cryptographic mechanism that allows a person to put their signature over something without being able to read the content. You might ask, what's the reason for signing something in the envelope which you cannot see? Well, they proposed an escrowable architecture for an anonymization network. Basically, it works like this. We have a Tor-like network in the middle, this mixed network, but before a connection can be established, whoever is initiating the connection needs to get an authorization from the management entity run by government or agency or an entity, to which they provide the destination of the communication and which is blindly signed. And the cryptography ensures that the management entity doesn't really have access or ability to figure out what is being signed. Then this information is transferred through the mixed network. And in the last stage, the unblinded information can be revealed to the management entity if they possess certain secret. So in a nutshell, it's an architecture which allows discovery of the identity of responder and initiator in certain circumstances. And in order to achieve this unblinding, the required secret can be divided between multiple entities. So using classic cryptographic secret sharing schemes. The proposed approach of these researchers was that different parts of this secret should be divided between the government, the management of this network, and the end users. And only when three of them together decide to cooperate, then this information can be recovered. The scheme is not ideal, it's not perfect, but I think the most important aspect here is that it shows that technologists can work towards something that provides sufficient guarantees of security, trying to strike middle ground between total surveillance and no surveillance at all. And I think that's what we are missing. And I think my main point, my main contribution here is that the policymakers should work towards building this middle ground solution alongside with the technologists, and that ultimately we should ban fully anonymizing solutions like Tor. I know that many people would disagree with me on that, and they would say, even if we ban Tor, doesn't mean people still cannot use it. And I would fully agree with you, but it would make it much more difficult for teenagers to have access to a prohibited technology. And it would remove some of the most blatant abuses of this technology that relate to online purchase of drugs and other related criminal activities.
Thank you very much, Pavel. I'm sure there'll be many questions and further discussions on this. Now we have some questions in line. I would get back to you after I go to Christian, who's been waiting. And Christian, you also mentioned the balance between balancing the different perspectives of policymakers and technologists, experts, and also in the previous correspondence while preparing for this workshop, you mentioned why don't we focus more on the preventive side? So it's like preventive versus punitive, and which would lead to more legislation. So without further ado, I would like to very much hear your views on this.
Yes, so I'm probably going to answer a little bit all over the place. Talk a little bit collaboration. So you know, I'm coming from a world where we've been working with law enforcement of helping them to solve child sexual abuse cases. Looking at these images, you know, if you look at one of them, you look at them and it's pretty objective because this is bad and it's illegal. But still, we have different legislation in various countries there. So in Sweden, for instance, cartoons are illegal. Child sexual abuse cartoons are illegal. That's not the same in other countries. But on the other hand, all of these material is, of course, circling the world, and we more or less have the same material globally distributed. So, but you can't say this is illegal in Sweden and then just transfer that information into the UK and say, hey, it's illegal there too. It's not that simple. So we have been working with various attempts here, and one of them is actually a concept where we're trying to break down the evidence, the image in this case, into pieces to say, hey, this contains nudity, it contains a child, an adult, this type of action. And then you sort of building a description of the image. And now you can translate descriptions. So let's say you have a Swedish illegal image and say, hey, this is a cartoon and it's description of a child and adult, blah, blah, blah. Well, then when it comes to the UK, they will say, hey, it contains a cartoon. It's not interesting for us. So in that case, it's actually possible to collaborate globally, even if we have different legislations. And in this case, we're using AI to do the conversion between legislations. It's not the perfect system, but it, you know, I also believe we can't have a global, we're not going to have the same view on this in every part of the world. It's very different. But I think we can collaborate on sharing evidence with each other. Coming back a little bit to what Pavel's solution and what you spoke about, and I think that could actually be some kind of a solution to a big problem, which is nowadays, as I mentioned, Facebook and the other social media giants reporting suspect child abuse content to NCMEC in the US. The problem is that NCMEC is receiving millions of reports every year. I think it's about 10-15 million reports only from Facebook. And that is, of course, a very good source of information to rescue kids. But on the other hand, Facebook is saying, well, we need to have privacy for our members. So they say, well, we're going to go encrypt Facebook Messenger, which is good from a privacy perspective, of course. You know, That's definitely not an argument. But on the other hand, if Facebook goes ahead and do this, that means that law enforcement will lose a lot of information and they will rescue less children. And this kind of solution that Pavel's presenting or others, I think, could be a solution to have an encryption level where the companies and governments are sort of collaborating to provide some middle ground where it is a secure communication, but at some stage you can also open it up to share the evidence with the police to do the good things. But I think it's hard, who to trust and where to trust. There's not a global entity where we can trust at the moment. No one is perfect. So I think that is the main challenge. Who is managing the whole system? I think I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you very much. Then I would like to go back to the chat, and Matthias had the first raised hand for a question. Could we please unmute? I'm also looking.
Great, okay. Matthias is speaking. Can you hear me?
Perfect. Yes, perfectly. Thanks.
Nice. First of all, thank you very much for this great panel. Very interesting. I have two more particular questions. So the first question would be, what does the panel think about the current developments of companies like Clearview AI? I'm sure you know it. For the people which do not know it, it's a company which is collecting pictures on the internet, which are publicly available, and they are selling then access to these pictures to law enforcement and other companies. This may not be allowed in the European Union, but I think it's still a kind of development, and we will be able to tackle this issue. This would be the first question. What does the panel think about this development, and how can we tackle this? And the second question would be more related to facial recognition. We heard yesterday that, for example, companies like IBM said, oh, they will stop developing and putting some energy into facial recognition because there are a lot of problems. We have a lot of uncertainty and discrimination with algorithms, and they are only as good as the data behind it. So, but we know this gap will be filled by other companies which are also putting a lot of effort in facial recognition. So how can we handle this problem? We know that for example, in the US, there are states like California which are saying, okay, we ban facial recognition because it's a bad development. The EU is has still not decided the direction. So I would be very curious to know, for example, what Marina is also thinking about this, because she's also in the parliament. And and also the second question related to these companies which are using the tools, and how we can bridge the gap between freedom and security, because it always depends on your side. So are you more on the side of the government, which is really trying to catch the bad guys, or are you more on the side of the activists, which are sometimes having a problem with it, even though if the framework in the European Union is quite good and there's not that much gap for misuse, but still it can happen. So thank you very much, and I'm very much looking forward to your questions.
Thank you, Matthias. Tatiana here, and I want to thank you especially for saving me as a moderator the job of making the bridge between the first part of the session and the second part of the session, because the questions you asked exactly related to the challenges we want to discuss towards the end of the session. And Marina, would you like to take the first floor, the first to answer Matthias' questions?
It's a good question. It's a difficult question. And the ideal answer is not to take any sides, but to find the right balance between both of them, so that the criminals are detected and brought to justice and respond to justice, and let's say human rights activists or fundamental human rights are not being violated. That's the ideal picture. Of course, I understand it's difficult. And when we talk about the use of AI, I think that today we understand we are not developing AI at the speed that maybe we thought even some 5-6 years ago. And in the end, what for me is very positive are the principles of the human-centeredness of AI and the human oversight of AI. It has to be centered around people, and the final decision has to be made by people. That's why I oppose completely any automated tools or automated filters that control the content which is put by platforms or whomever online. They can do some work, but they make mistakes, they are biased, and the same can be said about facial recognition. I get the point that facial recognition will come at one point or another. But at the moment, it's not at that stage. We see so much bias, so many mistakes, discriminating mistakes. So it's not ready to be used at the moment. And having said that, I truly believe in the use of ICTs. I come from Estonia, otherwise it's impossible. We've lived in a country where we have had the privilege of online services for almost 30 years. So I'm a true believer in the use of ICTs for the improvement of people's lives and also for cooperation with authorities, including judiciary, prosecution, and other authorities, law enforcement authorities. But it has to appear at the time when the automated tools are ready. They are so established and examined that we can be sure they are not biased, they are not making mistakes. Until that time, I don't know whether it will come, I don't know if and when it will come. Until that time, we need human oversight. And another thing I wanted to say, which is very right, that policymakers are disconnected from experts. We have to listen to each other, and it's not in the DNA of governments to listen to public industry or private sector. But the best experts are today in private sector and in industry. So help us to change that. In the European Parliament, but also when I was foreign minister, it was always important for me to listen to all the stakeholders, because all of them have their bits and pieces to the big solution that we're working on, being it academia, human rights, industry, government, everybody have their pieces. And I also like, my final point here is that many panelists have mentioned cooperation, crucial. Without cooperation, we will not be able to be efficient and successful, whether we'll be talking about cyber criminals, terrorists online, or cybersecurity. Cooperation is crucial, and we have to cooperate.
Thank you very much, Marina. I see that Hansel Park has your hand up. Hansel, if you can wait for a few minutes, I will hand it to Christian first and then to you. Be ready to get unmuted. Christian, you're the next, and then Hansel. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with you, Marina. That is, we need to use AI to filter data, not to say this is the truth, but we can use AI to bring up intelligence or information so a human can take a look at it and then make a decision. I don't think we're going to have AI automatic filtering. I think they're going to be way too blunt for many years to come. But regarding Clearview in the first question, I think it's the question is more about privacy online and what kind of information is available for you online. Now we are saying, wow, you can search for faces using Clearview, but in fact you can already do that using Microsoft Bing for quite a long time. And so using Google, you can search for so many things, and you have sites like People. Of course, Twitter is monitoring a lot of things. So I would say the face recognition, it is one thing, but in the sense of searching online, it's just part of all the other search tools. And I don't think that is the most efficient one, Clearview. Or the most efficient one is probably Google itself, searching with textual information, or searching with similar data and so on. I think a big problem with Clearview is the transparency. what has it been indexing? Has it been indexing my Facebook image or not? Where I, of course, using Google, I can actually see what can be found using the service. But it's more, I think about how much data do we have online, and how easy it is to find it and track it. And using all of the big search engines, it's very, very easy to track most of things. And Clearview is a small piece in the puzzle, but it's not really making any change to what can be found online in the big schema. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Christian. We have Hansel Park with her question waiting. So if the host can unmute her, we would be very grateful. Thank you.
Hello, do you hear me? Is it unmuted?
Yes,
thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Hansel Park, and I'm Director of Data and Jurisdiction Program at Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network. Thank you very much for this interesting session. I've been listening to it with quite great interest. And I just want to comment about the electronic evidence that we discussed earlier in this session. What we are concerned right now is that now a lot of countries are dependent on mutual legal assistance to get electronic evidence from another country if the investigation is cross-border nature. And we believe that mutual legal assistance is very traditional system. It's not very adapted to securing electronic evidence right now in 2020. And we can see that a lot of countries that we talk are getting more and more frustrated that they cannot get the evidence to prosecute in their own home country. And some actually look into the possibility of data localization, which is very problematic for us because we believe open and free internet. And we believe that because of the increasing tension on jurisdiction, we will have some new laws to address this issue in one way or another. And we've been closely monitoring the developments related to Cloud Act, of course, and its bilateral agreement with other countries, Budapest Convention Second Additional Protocol, European Union's e-evidence proposal. We just want to emphasize 3 points over here. First of all these initiatives need to be interoperable from one another, because if, just like Marco said, if you have two fragmented approaches for e-evidence, it will create a lot of confusion and legal ambiguity at the end. And we believe that this would create more risk of human rights violations. And second, if this needs to take place, having a new law to address this issue, then we want to make sure that the procedural safeguards remain here to make sure that the human rights is protected. And current MLA procedure, mutual legal assistance procedure, has a lot of good lessons, but if you were to make it more short and efficient, we believe that we will take out a lot of components from there. And we hope to find the right balance from there to make it more adapted for the e-evidence, but at the same time, has the right balance to protect the human rights. And lastly, we believe that communications and knowledge mutualizations among the policy workers are really critical in this topic. And the technology will develop very fast, and these new laws may face different challenges in the future because the technology would be different at the time. And even now, we're very not sure what kind of law would clearly help smaller companies with, and also different types of enterprises could easily respond to law enforcement authorities' request. And we've been working hard on it to facilitate this discussion, but I believe it's the most critical thing is the willingness of stakeholders working on this topic. So I just want to highlight that very much here. And we also talked about AI for the use of AI for law enforcement purpose. This is not related to my program, but it's more for, I'm speaking for individual capacity, because I used to work for a counterterrorism related job before. I just want to say that there are terrorist contents that are really, really obvious, and it's very disturbing for a human to continuously look over and over again every day. And personally, I think that it's understandable that if there are very obvious terrorist content that is too disturbing, and then it could be nice to have some technologies help to take down with the right hashtag, of course. And of course, and there are other contents that requires human review. I believe we are already doing this, and maybe increasingly we will find the best practices as we improve the capacity of AI. But if you were to increase the capacity of AI, I was wondering if there could be possibility of remedy if AI makes mistakes, and how would law facilitate this kind of remedy procedure? That's something that I wanted to ask to the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your intervention. And I must admit, the time flies. And we have 14 minutes left, from which we have to leave 5 or 6 for the messages. So let us do like this. There are some questions, there are some interventions, and I also wanted to ask Louise, do you want to speak before we handle it to the panel? Or you rather prefer your interventions to stay on the chat? Because I do find your interventions quite interesting. So if you want to jump in, just raise your hand. Other than that, I would like to handle it to the panel, unless Louise raises her hand somewhere in the middle of this. And for the wrap up, and I would like to, the panel, I understand that we talked a lot about things. So if you could please cover some answers to the last question, but also give us 3 or 4 words, just what's next for the criminal justice, for the harms online, 3 or 4 words where you would like to put emphasis on for, let's say, the next year or 2. And of course, if you could answer the last questions in your intervention, this would be great. So let me start with Marco. Marco, you just take the floor and go. Thank you.
Thank you, Tatiana. I think the biggest challenge is to improve international cooperation. And then first, countries need to adopt necessary legislation concerning procedural measures, and then also countries need to be able to use international instruments as a legal basis for cooperation, because without legal basis, international cooperation wouldn't take place. And I think when it comes to, let's say, cybercrime offenses, cyber-related crime, then right now the problem isn't so much about substantive law, because this is something that countries can do by themselves. They can just adopt law and then say that this is criminalized, and then end of story. But in order to cooperate at international level, you must do more. And this is the place where international cooperation and international efforts are needed. You need to just agree some sort of international legal framework. You need to agree, you need to introduce, I don't know, necessary tools, necessary measures that would enable you to get computer data, to get electronic evidence from another country. Also, when speaking about the Budapest Convention, then Budapest Convention is also instrument about electronic evidence, because all the procedural measures that are there can also be used to any other crime where electronic evidence is present. So you can also use the convention and then all these procedural tools to investigate murder cases, terrorism cases, corruption cases, drug trafficking, and then you can just continue endlessly. But again, these new tools and the new measures, you need to have balanced solution, because yes, it's not only about government and then maybe certain activists, but when we talk about criminal offenses, then there are also victims who, I don't know, seek justice and then restoration. We need to do something with this as well. And then again, prevention, yes, prevention, it is really important. But again, you can have really strong legislation and then maybe information security in place. But if all those attacks come from abroad, then you should do something as well, actually, just when it comes to those perpetrators. Mutual legal assistance and then the existing MLA system, I think everybody agrees that this is old, this is outdated, and this is too slow. And when we talk about the challenges that we are having right now, I don't know, using Tor and then dark web and then all these illegal content on the dark web, it's not possible to use traditional MLA tools often, because you don't even know actually where the server or where the data is being located. So you need something in addition, and this is what actually several international organizations have been discussing for years. There were also questions concerning cooperation with private sector. If you have an entity in your country, in your territory, then actually you have legislation in place, and then if you send a preservation order, production order, then that particular entity has to comply with this order. Right now, I don't know, due to the cloud computing and then open endless cyberspace, the situation has become more complicated because you have company entity in one country, servers, infrastructure in different places, and then this particular company could offer services to all over the world. And again, actually, what legislation should be taken as a basis, and then which jurisdiction is the primary one? There could be also conflicts when it comes to that. On one hand, the company has to disclose the data, but on the other hand, actually, there is also law somewhere that says that it has to keep the data confidential. So there are problems, and this is why all these negotiations and then discussions take place. As regards the use of different technologies like Tor, then actually, and then also encryption. But the problem is that most of the time, actually, these technologies are being used for lawful purposes. Yes, we know that sometimes these are being abused, but again, we cannot actually just, based on this, prohibit or ban these technologies. Because anyway, actually, even if we have some sort of, let's say, declarative provision in some legislative act that since now that this use of this has been prohibited, anyway, people still use it, and then people still can use proxies and then VPNs, and then companies can just move the, I don't know, location to another place, and then I don't know. This is we cannot prohibit it, but law enforcement authorities need to find a way actually how to just how to cope with these abuses and how to live with this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marco. And next, I would like to ask Pavel if he has something to wrap up this session with.
Thank you, Tatiana. And thank you, everyone. Thank you, Marco, for a very detailed exploration of the encryption-related concerns. I support you and with these conclusions, except that I'm saying that we need to work towards a middle ground solution. But I agree with you that it's not possible to prevent people from using prohibited technology. What I think is important is not just reach agreement at the MLA level, but I think we must work towards research and development of technical standards for acquisition of digital evidence, something that would provide unified access to 1 million of Internet of Things devices, to cloud services, and something that we can engineer with privacy preservation in mind. Because if you speak with law enforcement on the ground, a lot of times they'll ask you, how do I get data out of this mobile phone or out of that mobile phone? And it's a never-ending story because the market is being populated with new devices. I think if we had a common standard and we could convince the vendors that this standard is preserving privacy to a reasonable extent, then I think it would simplify the life of the law enforcement quite substantially. So that's one. And second, I believe that we need to elevate software development to the level of engineering profession. For example, in many countries, before you can build a house, you need to join engineering society and pass required examination, because it's something that human lives depend on if you build the house the wrong way. And I think software has now become equal importance, And I think we need to educate every software developer how to write secure programs, and we need to examine them before we allow them to create software. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pavel. And Christian, I remember that you actually mentioned that technology helps law enforcement to cooperate while laws can divide them. How would you wrap the session after what Marco and Pavel said?
Yeah, it's interesting. I really agree with what you said, Pavel, in your summary here about unified access to data. That would help a lot. Another problem here is that getting data out of phones, that's probably almost solved, I would say. It's a battle between Samsung and Apple versus Cellbrite and MSIB and so on. The problem is that the data stayed there. There is not a unified format how to share intelligence within software. So if you're using one software, you're usually quite stuck with the data in there. Police would benefit so much of having it standard. This is how we treat evidence. So you can share it between different software vendors and between legislations and so on. That would be a massive time saver, I think. Another thing is also that we're talking a lot about collaboration internationally. That it's hard to collaborate internationally, but some of the police says it's crazy hard to work nationally. And I think that is also a big thing which we haven't really covered here, but local police officers have usually quite local knowledge of the local bad guys and the local crimes. And let's say you're a police and you're finding someone selling drugs on the street. It might be that guy running a darknet site and selling a lot more, but he or she doesn't have access to that kind of information. So I think democratizing technology to make it possible for more of officers to use it is a key to solve more crimes. And we sort of tend now to, in most of the countries, we have a big data solution with some extremely expensive technology in the center of the country. But in fact, most of the crimes are taking place in the local communities. So we sort of need to democratize this so everyone has access to knowledge. But of course, doing this, it's critical that we have the privacy aspect of this, and what can be used and what can't be used in investigations. I think that is key thing, and then I think AI is a component in all of this. It's not a solution at all, I think, but it's going to be a key component in all of these solutions and to surface what's most important. Because with the data load we're having in the society, it's just getting worse and worse. And applying AI on top of this means we get even more intelligence out of this. We almost need another level of AI just to take care of what's being produced by the AI technologies, so we can see what should we look at. It's crazy much data getting out there. So I think we're in a tipping point. It's a very interesting time, I think, where we having so much technology, we have so much data. I think the technology solutions today, especially for law enforcement, those have been around now for like 15 years. They look more or less the same. We change skins and colors and icons, but they look more or less the same for 15 years. I think we are at a point where we need to rethink how we should approach the crimes and make it so that just not the expert can solve crimes, but all police officers can solve cyber crimes, because all crimes will be digital in that some aspect. And I think that is my key message. All crimes have a digital component in it.
Thank you very much. And before I will handle it to the reporter, I really want to read one of the chats and give the wrap up to Marina. So I'm sorry for the host. I'm really sorry that we are running over time, but I think it is important to wrap the session properly. So there is a message from Laurie Schulman. Thank you, Laurie, for this. Agree on privacy point. Must understand what can and cannot be used. It's been great to hear this discussion. I must jump to a call. See you at the later session. Thank you very much, Laurie, if you're still here. So before we will hand it to reporter Marina, I really would like you to say a couple of words as a wrap up, even if it's only 3 words which you should pay attention to. Thank you. So the floor is Marina.
Thank you. Although I'm ready to skip my words, but I'll be really brief. I take from this session that it's high on political agenda, which is good. We're paying attention to the topic. Cooperation has been mentioned by so many speakers, which is extremely positive. And third, I will mention inclusiveness or multi-stakeholder approach, because we have different backgrounds. We can come to the same room and we can discuss the things. So decision-making should be the same, listening to all parties. Only then we can make effective and right decisions. And thank you so much for putting this panel up. And thank you so much for giving me so much, unproportionately much time. Thank you, Tatiana. And others.
Thank you very much, Marina. Thank you very much, everyone. But before we will finish this and give everyone a round of digital applause, I want to handle it to Cedric, who is our reporter and who is going to read out the messages from the session.
So hello, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the great discussion and panel we've had. My name is Cedric Ayman. I'm a Geneva Internet Platform Rapporteur. And I have written up some of the messages which will be available for comments on the wiki shortly after. And I will also invite you to read the session report, which will then later be published on the dig.watch at EuroDIG 2020, a link which I will provide later. For this, the first message that I've written is finding the right balance between the control of online content and upholding fundamental rights will remain an important challenge, given that most incidents are occurring across borders and that there is no common definition of crime and terrorism. Cooperation between states and with the private sector on all of those matters is crucial. The second is the use of artificial intelligence for law enforcement provides a big opportunity, but must be explored diligently because it requires vast amounts of resources and an advanced understanding of the technology. It should, however, not be implemented without human oversight. Third, the flurry of activity to create new norms to deal with cybercrime bears the risk of increasing legal fragmentation and finding agreements only on minimum standards. It is as important to avoid falling below already existing standards, such as the Budapest Convention. And as a final message I took away, due to the increasing levels of encryption and anonymizations by cybercriminals, alternatives must be found in terms of upholding levels of privacy while allowing law enforcement to protect users online and offline. So that's it from me. If there's a...
Thank you very much, Cedric. I think that these messages will be available to anyone for comments and edits. And if there is no strong objection, although I think that for the last one, we might be beaten up by the privacy activists, but I think that this is what basically this session expressed in a way. So I'm not sure about the last one. I will collect the comments from the speakers and those who attended the session, if we can put this one online. But other than that, I do not see strong objections on the chat. I see the comment from Luzawiz that it was really good session. It was a good session because of you who participated, because of you, Luzawiz, because of Matthias, because of everyone who, because of Hansol Park, because of everyone who asked the questions and shared their opinions. So thank you very much. I wish we could continue this discussion for another 30 minutes or an hour, but of course we have our format. Thanks to my co-moderator, Jerian.
Thank you very much. It was fun.
It was fun. Thanks to Elizabeth, and thanks again to the captioner who had to go through all this diligently. Thanks a lot. And with this, I will end this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Tatiana.
Thank you. Bye.
Here in the room and on the YouTube stream as well. I actually don't know if Sandra can join us. She might and tell you more about what's to come. But if that's not the case, we will resume. There she is.
Elisabeth, can you hear us?
Yes. Hi, Sandra.
Wonderful. Hi, Elisabeth. I see you just finished the session, and from a distance, it looked quite interesting and interactive. Would you confirm that?
Yes, definitely. There was a really good discussion going on here in Studio Berlin.
Okay. I know for today you are done. You can close the studio now. You will reconnect with us tomorrow during the day. I would like to thank you for all your effort, and among the studios we will discuss and reconvene later on during the night to prepare the next day. So thank you very much. And for those who would like to stay connected to EuroDIG, please move then later after the coffee break to the studio in The Hague. We will convene there with the keynote and the panel on digital sovereignty, and then the first day of EuroDIG is finished. Thank you very much, and bye-bye everyone. I'll see you later.